Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm still a bit under the weather, so if I'm coughing all throughout this VOD, for those of you who are watching the VOD, that's why. Also, a little bit of a warning. Okay, but we are going to be trying out a mod that has a little bit of a different start condition in that it divides the entire world based up on strategic region. So we're going to see if there's any flavor for this. I assume that there's not, other than, you know, as North Germany, you might be able to form, let's say, Germany. So we'll take a quick look at that. Interesting, they start out as a minor power. That's kind of curious. We'll take a little bit of a poke around before deciding what region we want to play in. But really, the world is our oyster. You can see every single place has been divided. Probably the two strongest strategic regions are North China and South China, I would have to venture. Followed by a lot of the ones in India are going to be really strong, although we don't know what tech groups they are going to have. I assume that the tech groups are just going to correlate with whoever has the best tech in the region, or the most populous version of the tech. Let's see if we can form... or is it in journal here? Mason formation. So we can still form Germany because we have the right culture. I'm guessing England can form Great Britain. If we take a look at England, which is probably a decent enough start. Wait, did we not switch? And is a little bit interesting in terms of what we think is going to be good. Hey Renee, how's it going? Can't believe I'm here at the stream at the start. I can't believe it either. Especially because we started way earlier than we normally do. But I'm guessing, for example, we can, as these guys, form Great Britain. Oh, we can't. So England is actually, you know, if you wanted to play, if you're like English, but you don't want to play something where you're super, super strong, England's probably not very strong overall. They do have an enormous, why are they GP number 1? Is it because of all the ownership? Or are people still subjects? Well, we do have quite a bit of financial districts here, and I guess we do have a lot of buildings. Let's take a look at the ledger, and also take a peek at the country ranks. 1 GP in all the world, and the number 2 power is Rhine. Okay, that we kind of understand. Rhine is one I was kind of interested in playing. Maybe we won't play that because that's a little on the strong side. Because you get Wallonia here, you can eventually form Central Europe. You might even be able to form... And this is kind of cute. Hey, MTAP Gaming. Good morning. I hope by 2.0 we can finally see military reform. More interesting economy in general, instead of the state building like 90% of the things, private equity, plopping factories in horrible spots. I think the auto builder is a little bit better than you give it credit for, but Iberia is a like buffed Spain. Yeah, England has a lot of buildings. It just has to be the thing. I think the power level in general is going to be very flat, which is why there's only a few GPs. But taking a look at... not the ledger. We can form Germany. We can form Germany as Rhine. That actually might be an interesting rumble in some type of multiplayer. You know, Rhine versus North Germany versus South Germany is kind of an interesting vibe. A nice little 3-way rumble. England still has the number 1 industry, that makes sense. But let's take a look quickly at the ledger, right? And if we sort by prestige, you know, this is relatively flat. We have, okay, a ton for some of these countries, but I'm guessing that North China and South China and this type of stuff, they'll have really bad tech. So this is kind of the trade-off. So any one of the peak tech places is going to be really strong. America in general is going to be a lot weaker, huh? New England, only one really good state, Pennsylvania. Dixie's probably okay. Pacific Coast, interesting. Probably pretty strong with all the gold. Rhine has Rhineland too. Oh, yes. Yes, it does. Rhine is probably one of the more attractive options, right? Poland's also probably pretty interesting. There's Dnieper. Russia is going to have pretty strong resources. So will places like Ural, but they don't have sea access. Persia's one we were thinking of maybe playing. Bombay. I wonder if these guys can form India or something like that. I don't think they can, but that would be interesting. I think this mod is very bare bones. It doesn't add anything else other than splitting up the strategic regions. So this is going to make it... Oh, we can form India. That might be a fun one. Also starting way behind in tech. I know you guys love to see it. Some of these strategic regions will be extremely weak, like Arabia. Let's make Ethiopia great again. We can't do that without Yankees fan. Actually, maybe we should do it because Yankees fan's not here. Ethiopia is actually probably one of the worst. Italy and Iberia could both be super strong, I bet, and Scandinavia too. I think I agree with you. Italy is probably really good, as is Iberia. I don't know as much about Scandinavia, but Scandinavia is probably at the very least solid. They're ranked 13 right now. They have a lot of resources. The problem is lack of arable land. Danubia is probably actually also very strong, if we think about it. Wallachia is one of the strongest states in the game. It also gives a pretty strong company. And then we have a lot of these like internal states that are going to have decent resources, you know, that are kind of the Hungarian states and a lot of like mappy rivers. So a lot of the better Austrian states in here. South Germany's landlocked. Germany Thunderdome for not quite Super Germany. Yeah, the South Germany I think would be the weakest one, would be my guess. Just based off the point that you don't have sea access. Although in 1.9 coming on up, that would maybe be an interesting kind of thing because you could gain market access through other countries and that. Congo's pretty strong late game. That's actually a good point. Playing out in Africa, Congo's actually probably really solid. Especially because your primary culture pop is not affected by malaria. Arctic Russia is the worst strategic region, I think. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. What is this? 3 provinces? Got a little bit of gold. I mean, we have a decent amount of logging. The problem is, Vologda is an actually strong state. But is that like all you have? Yeah, 5 arable land, 15 arable land. Not enough to get mass migration. So it's like you have one good state. Finland might be worse, but I think you might be right. That might be the worst strategic region. Yeah, no, Finland's probably better. Ooh, North Sea? No, North Sea has that stuff down there. I think you're probably right. Himalayas is probably pretty bad too. Himalayas just having this massive construction malice on top of everything in most of these states. Got a lot more arable land to work with though. Arctic Russia has like 200 arable land and only 30 can be used by potatoes. Womp womp. South Germany needs a Trieste from Italy and get sea access. Even with just one, the problem is even if you get like 1 or 2 states, it's still better to have a lot more states coastal. What about culture and religion? We could check the map mode and see how they handled that. Let's take a look. I hope that they made it performative. Looks like they didn't touch culture. Right? Or religion. They still have, they didn't convert everyone to specific religions. And then... they didn't convert cultures either. But, I don't know, what are you guys thinking? Playing in Congo? Congo's probably one of the more interesting ones. Yeah, we start out with nothing, but we don't have very much iron is kind of the rub, isn't it? I guess we have the little belt in the middle of iron. No, the states in Zanj are a little bit better, because you have, like, Tanganyika and Lindi. So these 2 states in particular are quite strong. You know, South Africa is actually extraordinary. still, right? Because you have this. I wonder what your main culture here in South Africa is. Primary culture is Sotho. So South Africa is probably pretty strong as well. You have something like 40 gold in total and some really strong iron and coal states. I actually don't know how much gold is in the rest of South Africa. I know there's a little bit in Cape Colony, and there's a little bit in Northern Cape. Or is it in Cape Colony? I know there's some in Northern Cape, mainly because I have eyes. But also, we will never have to worry about the split port giving us the Shadow Realm bug. Anatolia, maybe? Anatolia is interesting. I think it's kind of weak because there's no really good mappy states, but it's got a decent amount of pop. Like, the places that are going to be really good are the places with a lot of population. Like, here we're going to run out of pops really quick. Can we just look at the population map mode? Can we lock it? Yeah. So, like, taking a look at here, like, kind of gives an idea of where some of the better places are going to be. What about starting tech? I think it's just going to be based off of who had the best tech tree there. So if we switch over to here, to Congo to take a look, we're going to have a really bad tech tree, right? But then if we switch to South Africa, let's take a look, that maybe we have a little bit of a better tech tree. Ooh, no we don't. Yikes. I think what they did is they took one country and they just had it annex all the other ones, and then they changed its color to the strategic region color. You know, in terms of this, how they set this up. How much people does Arabia have? Not a lot. 6 million. Not a lot. I think that we could play in Europe, and there's a ton of options in Europe. Africa's interesting as well, I think, because normally we don't get to start as a big power in Africa. And depending on culture, we might even be able to do something like form Mali. Like Niger or Senegal might be able to form Mali. Go Indonesia, please. Indonesia's got some good resources. I hate, like, the convoy situation that's created by playing Indonesia, though. I guess we might not be playing that deep anyways, though. So maybe that's not an issue. No Mali. Womp womp. Sort by the country list, looking at pop instead of the map. Yeah, I mean, if we want to see the highest pop countries, that's probably the faster way to do it. North and South China are probably going to be... Well, I wasn't expecting South China to be so much better than North China, but it does make sense. But, you know, in addition to Europe, which is going to run into pop problems, but have really good starting tech, we have Africa, which normally we don't get to play in very much. I think India, being able to form India is kind of interesting. Playing Bombay, maybe be a solid choice here. Bombay only has 5 million pops, actually. India is actually significantly fragmented relative to... I wonder when they eventually do a China patch if they're going to fragment North and South China, because they're kind of obscene as strategic regions. They're so big. I wouldn't be surprised to see something. Indonesia's got a ton of resources, though. When they do the trade rework, I think Indonesia's going to get a lot better. Like, not being contiguously attached to, like, Eurasia is, like, kind of really bad for, like, mid to late game for anyone. Go Quebec, turn Canada into a glorious new France, restore Arcadia. Or Acadia. England without its colonies, I bet is going to get eclipsed by all the other powers fast. I think you start out far enough ahead that if a player's playing England, you could probably just still stomp with it. Danube River Confederation, take only all the rivers. This mod would be a rocker with the upcoming update. Playing some of the internal ones with the update would be really sweet, I think. Which countries are the lowest populated? Great Plains. Great Plains would probably be an extremely rough start, actually. Landlocked, 400 K-pop. And like, what, you're gonna fight your way out through Dixie? No, maybe you could take Arizona and California without too much difficulty. And just fight the Pacific coast. That's probably not too bad. I imagine that New England can form the United States of America or the Free States or whichever there's the like semi-US formable. Bengal's probably the strongest in India. Yeah, it's got the most pops. You should vote which continent first? Yeah, maybe let's vote for continent here. So, let's see how many people we have on Twitch to know whether we should give them suffering or suffrage. Alright, it's suffering time for the Twitch viewers. I apologize. There's only a few of you. So, what continent? I think that... was it Asia, Europe, Africa? Kind of the interesting ones, right? Asia's got a lot of stuff going on, though. It includes... It includes, like, obviously all the stuff over here, but also over here. India. Middle East could be pretty interesting. Technically, this is all of Asia, but... Or Russia's not. It's like the... Is this where the proper line is for dividing Asia? I'm not sure. We could add one more continent here, but I think that I kind of don't want to play in any of the other regions too much. Certainly not. We just did the Australia thing, so I think we don't want to play down there. So let's start the poll. East Siberia would be cool. Arctic Russia. We could do Arctic Russia if people really want to see suffering. That would be part of Asia. Arctic Russia is pretty bad. But, I mean, we have good places to expand. Like, we could expand into Ural, right? And, like, Ural... Wow, it's got way more people. I don't know how feasible that is. If we could get help, we could do it. West Siberia is pretty rough, too, on the people. They got some good states, though. Play North America, conquer all of North America. We get to play in the US so much. You know? I feel like it's a common thing. Unpopular opinion, Vic 3 should add policies that are more specific and complex as Democracy 4. I would like the same thing to not always be the way to play. Because, like, no matter how much complexity you have and how many decisions you may have, if the same choice is always the best, then, like, it's kind of, it kind of just feels a little bit, pointless to add the complexity. Like, so you have to have the complexity along with depth, like, right now in Victoria 3, I really feel that the laws are, like... No matter who you play, the best laws are kind of just the best laws. I mean, I think there are probably some exceptions to some extent. But broad strokes, like, you do the same laws and it's not contextual. And the lack of context informing, you know, what you do in regards to laws means that there's not a lot of depth. Everyone has 0 battalions. Wait, what? I feel like that's not true. That is true. Everyone has 0 battalions. Bro, this would be wild for multiplayer. Maybe this is actually sick for a multiplayer mod. Mexico would wreck America with this start. Mexico would probably do okay. I mean, we could add, maybe we could add the Americas in if we do a runoff. It looks like people are not excited to play in Asia, so we're gonna run the pull off Europe, Africa, Americas. We could maybe get behind playing in the Americas. And we could be a little bit faster moving with these polls, because we're planning on running off the top 2 here. But yeah, so Mexico wouldn't be able to form anything. I think Dixie probably can form the USA or Free States. Actually, they probably can't form the Free States. Ayo. It depends on how the modders did this. No America formation. These guys are unrecognized, though. As are these guys, so that's gonna be... This is actually probably the best place to expand, huh? Or one of the better places, because you get the super discounted, super soft. Like, the really strong places are gonna be the high pop places, but... North Africa would be a good pick. Restore Carthage. Carthage formable, or this mod sucks. Oh, this mod sucks. Multiplayer chaos. I actually... Maybe this would be peak multiplayer. We could open it for multiplayer. Just do something super casual. Just let the people in. I assume they gave too high of a country rank to form America. Oh, maybe. It's weird for them to still have the Germany and Central Europe in there, but... You know, this mod is kind of like Divergences without the lore. Yeah, it's kind of like Divergences without the lore, but also less balanced. Like, North and South China are just kind of insane. All 66 watchers join. We can pull that. Open the floodgates and let viewers play. Yeah, sure. I'm feeling a little frisky. Looks like you guys want, overwhelmingly, Africa. With over 50%. So Africa will be where we play. Should we let the masses in? This is gonna degenerate really fast if we do, I think. But I think we can... If it degenerates too fast, we could just say we're sick, and we have a cough, and we want to take a nap. Running like a little bit of a fever, too, so... Open the floodgates, says Connor. Connor wants to pick on some people. Yeah, we could do that. Okay. Trying to think how many people we should let in then. Okay, so if you wanna play, comment I will take the ring to Mordor in the LFG section of the Discord. Okay. You guys pretty overwhelmingly want to do this. Let's do it. And then I don't have to maybe be as entertaining. Because I feel kind of like not very good right now. Alright. And then we'll take, like, the first... I don't know... take the first... I don't know how much is stable. We'll take the first 9 people, I think. We got a few people taking the Ring to Mordor. Alright. Let's make a... And then we'll play as South Africa, I think. Which is not going to be very strong for this mod, but that's okay. What if you want to play but can't because you're at work? What do I type then? You say one does... You type one does not simply take... what is it? One does not simply walk into Mordor. That's the one. Yeah, if you can't come but you want to type in the Discord, you say... okay, what is the name of the mod? The mod is... Shattered World, I think? Shattered World. But... No, wait. It's a different type of Shattered World. Uh-oh. Let's figure out the exact name of the mod, because we need that. Shattered World Strategic Region Countries is the name of the mod. Shattered World Strategic Region Countries. Maybe limit the amount of people per continent to like 3. Nah, it's gonna be unbalanced anyways. I just encourage people to play somewhat nice, but I'm expecting it to be chaotic, so it's kind of whatever. I'll try and give the people who commented first pick. And then... yeah, we don't want auto-accept. One does not simply walk the ring into Mordor. Alright, so if you're in the Discord, there is the code in the Discord. Looks like we have 5 people so far that are going to be joining up. European Thunderdome. I mean, I actually look, if you wanna rumble super hard, you can pick one of the Rhine, North Germany and South Germany, and you can rumble with the other 2 people who want to rumble. How about that? If you want to choose violence, pick one of the German countries and duke it out between the 3 of you. You start with 0 military, so it's actually just gonna, if you want to day 1 people, it's just a conscript fest, right? I have to imagine Rhine's in the best position, so North and South Germany should probably just dogpile Rhine. And that'll be a fun little thing. Did you enjoy Stellaris? I did enjoy Stellaris. I was having a lot of fun. I almost played it this morning, but I know that people want to think... didn't mean for balance, but rather to make the whole world more active. That's probably fair. Yeah. I think that, here, we're gonna play South Africa, though. Is any one of these recognized? No. Okay. That's fine. Fair enough. Fair enough. And then we will be letting in... Oh man, since I'm streaming, you guys' names are truncated in Discord. Except for if you have the settings where it doesn't do the thing. No one's joined yet. Can anyone join? Yes. I'm just gonna let the first... just the first, like, 9 join, though. So, you can join if you're the first 9. But you have to say, I will take the Ring to Mordor in the LFG section. because it amuses me, I guess. I guess you don't have to do that, you could just join. I would prefer you do it, because I think it's funny. How about that? And then, we'll join the multiplayer on the Discord. If you come into the Discord VoIP, and you start saying something, I don't know, like, racist or stupid, I'm gonna bop you from the Discord. Alright. You do have to go through the Discord to join, though. The link is on the Discord rather than the stream. I was playing mods of X there, so I'm loading slowly. Oh, man. I guess we're showing preferential treatment to the people with faster computers, huh? Connor's on Poland. Hot damn. Poland's probably pretty strong here. You got, like, was it Mavog? Is Mavog's in here, right? Like, one of the best starting companies, got really good resources. Poland's probably really solid. I wonder what tech tree you get. Probably not the primary super good one. You're well behaved? Yeah. Just as long as we can stream something coherent for 3 hours, yeah. It'll be good. Although I prefer you guys play nice with each other. I did get a Shattered World mod. Is it the Shattered World Strategic Regions? We're just playing with that mod. Shattered World Victoria 3 dash... Or sorry. Shattered World dash Strategic Region Countries. There's one that does it into... like, really Shattered World. Currently is visible... The link is currently visible on Steam, though. Mavog is Hungarian. Oh, I'm confusing Mavog with Lil Pop. The Lil Pop one is really, really good. I guess we'll just share it on the stream. The link. It's on the Discord, but... Is there a reason not to share it on the stream? I guess not. We're just gonna let in the first 9 people who want to join, though. So it'll be 10 people. Mavog is Hungarian? Okay. It's Lil Pop and... The... I confuse those two all the time, but Lil Pop is the one that's tools and iron. I wonder what's the best... Like, if you're thinking from companies, I wonder where the best one is. Hey, Connor. Welcome to the VoIP.
Poland starts out with laissez-faire because Krakow does.
Sick. Do all countries start with the same stuff? They start with no flavor, but they start with similar tech as what they had before.
Poland's got all the tier 1 techs, and it's got dialectics as its only tier 2 tech.
Okay, so you're... Is that Russian tech? Or is that...
No, Russia has worse tech than that.
Okay, it's like Krakow tech?
I don't know what Krakow tech is. It's gotta be Krakow tech, though.
That would make sense. I mean, I think what they did is I think they just grabbed one country and they just fed all the states to that country. Like, in terms of how they did it, and then they changed the name of the country. And so Krakow would be the sensible one to do, so your primary culture, you don't have to change it. We're gonna set a short little timer here.
This does look like Krakow color, and I've got all the Krakow laws.
It's probably Krakow. That would make sense. Do you need to turn off your DLC? No, you don't. You shouldn't. I have all the DLC. Oh, man. Discord etiquette, though. If I'm in a VoIP. If you're in the VoIP with me, I'm gonna be talking to stream. Because I'm not very good with the push-to-talk meta.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult.
Are you streaming right now, Connor?
No, I'm not streaming right now.
Yeah, I'm so bad about it. I just have to get better at that, though, especially if I'm gonna do more stuff, but... Is there a plannable way to get multiculturalism passed right now? I don't want to redo Danubian Empire run because I couldn't get multiculturalism passed. There are ways to do it. It depends on how cheesy you want to get. Oh, man. Trying to remember all the ways. I mean, the most straightforward way is to try and get a big movement, to promote the movement, and then that allows for it, and then do the normal kind of rolling technique from before. But
Also, around 1860, remember to check for Joshua Norton, because USA exiles him around 50% of the time.
yeah, so that would be another way. He's an enlightened royalist. So you could bolster, like, the royalist movement from the start, because eventually you can roll enlightened royalists. And you could do things to try and make them more powerful and also more agitated and stuff like this. But it's like playing around that type of thing. I know you could do...
I realized I have a 100% bureaucracy deficit.
That sounds like a personal problem. That's not Stellaris? Do we still have Stellaris on the... Oh no. We do have Stellaris. Whoops. Someone comes in, that's not... This isn't Stellaris. You're right, this isn't Stellaris. This is the opposite of Stellaris. Apologies, Green 153. You're coming in for some Stellaris. Is this... Alright, we have 2 more slots. Nobody's taking up the gauntlet and rumbling in Germany, though. Big Sag. Leon says he missed the mark on Norton, currently 1893 or so. Like, another way you could do it that's fairly straightforward is you just take a bunch of Chinese states, and, like, if a really large proportion of your population is not accepted, like, it's easier to roll the movement, especially if they're homogenous. Like, if you take a bunch of different cultures, it's not very helpful, but if you take a bunch of one culture, you can get, like, the Han nationalist movement to be really strong. To go multiculturalism, that's, like, one way, but you have to, like, plan ahead for that. I don't know.
Give away all your other states with your primary culture. That can also help make the movement stronger.
That's true. You could give them to a subject, try and pass multiculturalism, and then try and annex your subject and have a super steep discount because they're not incorporated. That would be another way.
You'll just free annex it from forming Danubian Confederation or whatever.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That makes sense. There's no way I'm good enough. No one wants to do the rumble. Alright. We're gonna let in 2 more people or go in the next 5 minutes. And you guys are welcome to join the VoIP, or you're welcome to not, depending on what you want to do. Just a very casual, impromptu multiplayer sesh. We get someone on Japan, hell yeah, that's content. This is pod racing. The person who requested Indonesia is probably on Indonesia now. Do we have someone on every continent? It looks like
No South America.
Oh, you're right. No South America. What about Antarctica? Alright. Maybe we give it another 30 seconds. I think if anyone wanted to join, they probably would have joined by now. Can I join late while I reinstall? Oh boy. We'll try and let you join Smug Little Shitface late. If you Yeah, let me know when you're joining so I can click accept for you. We're gonna post the link one more time and see if anyone else wants to join. But yeah, we'll let you in late. Just for you. We get Ghost in here being a ghost. He's just biding his time in the VoIP. He's gonna wait and say boo at some point. Mario joined. There's a little delay. Different checksum. Checksum here is 46.39. Any Ural enjoyers? Ural is actually just like incredibly strong from like resource perspective. Being landlocked kind of rough, but you could just probably roll over Arctic Russia. Where do you press the code? So you copy the thing that I put in the thing. Sorry, you copy the code that I sent, and you can join via code in the multiplayer like section. It's not listed as public; it's listed as private. So, is this balanced? Absolutely not. I'm pretty sure anyone with like I'm pretty sure Rhine, England, North Germany, and France are just way stronger than everyone else, and then after that, like North and South China or something like this. Alright, so Super 4EL, can you select a country? And then I'll start up. Or Mario's still trying to get in here. Is this event for just chaos? Yeah, it's just for fun. Alright. My timer, it's almost up.
Evil Japan are pausing.
I'm about to unpause. I don't think it lets me select a country until I click start, and then I think start sends us in the game immediately. Or it makes it so...
The game has already started, and we unpause, and then we repause in under a day.
Oh, okay. The UI is different for me. Japan is evil unpausing. Shame on you, Japan.
No, Japan paused it. I don't know who unpaused it. I thought it was you originally.
No, I even clicked start. Someone's war crimes. So for some reason it doesn't let you. I'm sorry, then Mario. I don't think I can troubleshoot for you. Has anyone said the N-word yet? Not yet. No one wants to get permabanned from the Discord. Alright, we're gonna get started then. And then we'll let Smug in when Smug joins late. Winner gets the pass? Hell no. Alright, there's my timer. Oh my god, my bureaucracy. Not like this. I should start with institutions. No? Holy tech. I guess it's just wood frame for now. This is gonna be rough. We'll be looking around at what other people are doing, I think, a lot. Ghost is still being spooky. I can respect the hustle. Playing in Iberia. Where's the building? Not in Asturias yet. Our nation's culture is Sotho. I think you had a mod in, that's why. Yeah, you have to have exactly the same mod set as what we're using, is just that one mod. 8% literacy is Sag. It do be that way. Let's actually solve that. Just very backward. It's gonna be the problem here. Oh, we don't... Are we isolated? No, not Nico.
I'm really hoping the Livonia AI doesn't get one more prestige to break my war goal.
That's, bold. Very bold.
As long as I just add no conscripts, we'll be fine.
I'll just... as long as also none of the other players reduce their government wages. Because if all the players reduce their government wages, that's going to decrease the threshold.
I'm hoping that they already have.
Godspeed.
Maybe I should raise my government wages.
Yeah, that's actually the real strat. Alright, I think he's loaded back in. So I think we're good to go. Once it's bricked, it just... Oh, ayy!
No! At least we get Vilnius.
Rip the dream. I hadn't decreased my gov wages yet. I hate that that's a thing. We're also just going to be playing super slow in Africa, which I suppose is good because we get to watch what other people are doing. Bengal's going to be interesting. Trying to form India, maybe. Yeah, if we're not going to pass a law, then... Pope oui? Is this you? Is this you, Smug? We only agreed to let Smug join late. If this is Smug or Mario, we'll let them in. Trying to join. Okay, yeah, we'll let Mario in. Cool. Once they select country. The last one will be Smug. Smug, let us know when you're trying to join, because we're going to just auto-decline everyone. Else. Does South China have closed borders in this mod? Probably. It's going on is Connor's failing to subjugate the Livonia. Is what's going on right now. It's very tragic. You can go anyone you want, Mario. I'm not trying to keep it balanced. If you select someone right on top of another player, though, they might go after you. Or players might go after you either way, I don't know. No one wanted to pick all the German states in Rumble. No one had the medal for it. Once you select and ready up, we'll keep going. All right. Yikes. Orpheus says you're going to restore the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Connor.
Unfortunately, I'm too high of a country rank to form it.
Womp womp.
That's what I was hoping for, but not a low enough country rank. Everyone's an empire, seemingly. So everyone has super similar prestige because of that.
It's a weird way to approach the mod. As some of these countries, you probably want to release play as a country and then eat your former overlord just so you can form another country later.
Very true, very true.
England's RPing, they released Wales, or they hate the Welsh. Italy's united and no one picked it, yes. What's the join code? Yeah. Smug's
Gotta steal some West Slovakian government administrations.
Yeah. 100 construction's too much to pay. But like, kind of. Are we stuck? We appear to be stuck.
Yep, the Balkans are stuck.
What's the solution? Just have him join and leave and rejoin?
Yeah, he probably needs to rejoin.
Alright. Yeah, I think it's Mario. Or it's the ghost being a poltergeist. I don't think the stream can see my Discord overlay. But Ghost is in chat with a spooky little boo. Why didn't Connor go for Ukraine day one? I think Ukraine probably was too high a subject rank to just subjugate, or Dnieper. Dnieper was probably already a minor power.
Dnieper has more GDP than me, so I'm not confident I can beat them. Though now I'm going for Danubia, which is kind of close, so, you know.
Well, I mean, if you could probably still beat them, even if they have more GDP.
Yeah.
Because I think the AI doesn't put down conscripts very well, once they already have them in. No worries, Mario. It's a very casual. Looks like Bengal's off to a really strong start. Super L might be the one who
you need to
runs over
kick
the
Balkans from the game so that the game can keep progressing, right? And then it'll rejoin.
Okay. That's probably it. I didn't realize, yeah, he'd already left. Okay. Do wish multiplayer was a little bit more stable. But overall, I haven't had too much trouble with the 3v3, v3s. Multiplayer is going to get so much more interesting with the trade being really strong, though. Because you're going to be able to, like, try and dump goods into other people's market to gain control of the best goods. Joey's going to be very happy. I expect Joey to start playing again. He was all about that, and then 1.5 he stopped playing. Just subsidize and dump goods. I think Smoke's trying to join right now as well. Dimitrio says, I'm low-key angry at Paradox that Russia and Belarus regions have country names, but Ukraine is Dnieper. But Belarus doesn't have a massive river running through it, do they? I guess Russia could be titled Volga, right? Or whatever. This is one...
I just realized you can only cut down to size a player who's... You can only cut down to size if you're a great power, so... If England can knock France out of GP, they can just go high infamy.
Yeah. I mean... That doesn't come up very often in single player because there's either GPs or you're so much stronger that it's below the threshold, or you're too far above the threshold where they'll even declare on you. Right?
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite flag generalist? Definitely Japan's, because I love it when I occupy people and they just turn into polka dots. Yeah, while we're waiting, you can hop in Mr. Bombastic if you want. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to cheese that too. Also, like, because in multiplayer, like, you're not gonna run over the lobby so hard that, in general, that no one else is a GP, right?
Yeah.
That is cute, though. It's hard.
Country counts usually go really down, so the average prestige of the lobby, or that would make great powers harder. I don't actually know why so many people usually are GP in multiplayer, because you think there'd be so few people that average prestige should be pretty high.
I mean, if people were really active about cleaning up the map, maybe you could do it, but I think that you tend to not have as polarized. Even if you're eliminating all the minor powers, you tend to be not as polarized.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is the guy who was on Balkans. If you continue to have issues, Mario, we're probably gonna leave you behind. Apologies. This is not the No Man Left Behind stream.
Every man left behind.
Yeah, basically. The attrition stream. We play until everyone gets has a technical issue. Alright, I think we're good to go. We'll try running on speed 3 before we lose our sanity and switch to speed 4. Or we'll, if there's PvP, we'll switch to speed 3, but I think we kind of have to run on speed 4 to get stuff done.
Yeah.
Oh my god. My government administrations are so worthless.
What government administrations?
I got 2, okay.
It was the very last state I checked. You had them in.
They're employing up, but...
I'm passing no police so I can have less bureaucracy problems.
I think everyone has to try and do that, like, juggle at the beginning. I started with an army, though. Did you start with an army despite it not showing in the UI?
No.
Oh, interesting. I'm not gonna have a general. That's stupid.
What's going on? Does the AI just never mobilize conscripts if it has 0 battalions? Nubia hasn't mobilized at all.
The AI really hates adding conscripts to their armies, or I don't know what they like. I think they do it really intermittently or something like this. But like, if you swap to the AI and like you add a bunch of conscripts, they'll use the conscripts, but they're really bad about adding to it themselves. They might even evaluate it like a similar way to when they add like military. So like if you. Like, if you're playing the US and you rev and you have, like, a fully maxed out conscript army, it's like, that rev is actually way spookier than, like, any other rev type, basically. At Journalist Gaming, promise you'll have viewer MPs as a regular thing now? I will join in 2 months. I don't know how regular these, like, organizing these tends to be, like, stressful. People start, like, disliking each other and, like, stuff like this, and, like, it just kind of becomes a mess, I feel like, in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
We could do casual MP regularly, though, I guess, if, like, if things don't... If people enjoy it and it, like, doesn't seem like a problem... I've taken vote... Oh my god. My government administrations can't hire. Tragic. I've done polls before, and people have seen generally preferred, like, playing single player, me playing single player to, like, running multiplayer stuff as well. But maybe that doesn't matter, and I should just, like, the regulars who want to play multiplayer, I should just, do that because they'll enjoy it more. Do you have the new join ID?
I'm looking at the literacy map mode, and wow, the literacy. I think that the way literacy is calculated is it like calculates it at the very start of the game instead of it being pre-calculated. So it seems like every country just has different literacy instead of it mostly being based on the state.
Oh, interesting. So
like
like
if you look at Dixie, it has way lower literacy than normal.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure that Maryland does not have that bad of literacy.
Are you sure? Maybe it's just proper. Yeah, no, it's entirely uniform. So, I imagine even if the deeper,
exactly, yeah.
more rural, I imagine the more rural areas were far more illiterate. Like Missouri would be less literate than Virginia. It's fine because you'll just trend towards like the proper equilibrium anyway, though.
It just spawns them at whatever their equilibrium is. I guess Dixie just doesn't start with schools for some reason.
Well, I mean, trying to get rid of the Board of Education. Department of Education. Yeah, that map mode does look wild, though.
Let's go, no police.
New England's starting to do some work. I guess we could probably actually just do... Oop. Like muscle memory to pause. I don't know how, like, multiplayer veterans don't, like, pause all the time on accident.
In a lot of the big multiplayers, they tell you to unbind your pause key before the multiplayer game. I don't know how many people actually do it.
Oh, that's actually brilliant. That makes sense. So you just press spacebar and it does nothing. I wonder where Smug's at. They said they wanted to join.
Hello.
Hello. Is this Smug?
No, I've never joined a call, so this is the first time, but I watched a lot of your Wiki 3 videos.
Oh, thank you.
The reason I'm Wiki 3.
Are you in the lobby right now? Who are you, Tonk?
I'm not in the lobby right now. Wait, are you playing
Okay.
Wiki 3 right now?
Yeah.
I'm not in the Wiki 3 right now, but you're the only reason I'm good at the game. I do have a few questions, though.
Yeah, I could answer a couple questions, I guess.
So, like, my favorite nation to play is Russia. I can usually get pretty good, but, like, I kind of struggle when you get to, like, later game, where, like, after the construction loop, I usually struggle more in that part of the game.
Around what GDP?
For me, around 600 to 700 million.
Okay.
For Russia, I still struggle. You can usually get to 600, 700 million by the 80s.
And what do you mean when you say struggle? Like your GDP stalls out?
Like it still goes up, but like, you know how like your GDP just keeps on growing higher and higher, like there's a curve. Mine just eventually ends off once at 45 degree, and I can barely get even higher. Like,
Are you running a positive balance?
yeah, I'm running a positive balance.
That's why.
Oh, it's fine. That's the extent.
Yeah, you just have to keep spending like an absolute maniac.
And
Like-
you need to make sure you conquer enough Chinese states to always have people to employ.
Yeah. If you do those two things, like you just keep going to the moon. Like the most like oversimplified like version, like those two things are really important. And I think most people don't realize how important it is to deficit spend. I have like a video on it that's like a bit more like complex, but the deficit spending itself boosts the economy by a substantive amount. That's like difficult to mathematically explain because the modeling is like somewhat complex, but it's like a huge difference.
Well, for me, I usually play Wiki 3 multiplayer games where conquering Chinese states isn't really
Oh,
good
that-
because it's great.
So
I
are you,
usually play with this other player that usually plays Great Britain who disallows them from conquering China.
so do you run out of labor as well?
No, not like around the 90s I somewhat do, but that's before I even changed my labor.
Yeah.
Games.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
usually keep labor.
yeah. I mean, like when you run out of labor, you should switch up your labor PMs And you, in theory, want to do it in the states you run out of labor first, where you're really pushing a lot of building, and then eventually everywhere. But then eventually, when you completely stone run out of labor, then you will stall out. Generally, the multiplayer metagame is pretty heavily oriented around making sure you have as much pop growth as possible, in the context of you not being able to take Chinese states. But you also want to deficit spend, but not as much in multiplayer, because your GDP is less important in multiplayer than your like actual military ability. Like running up the high score is not as important.
Spend it all. You can keep the big military.
Yeah.
Yeah, because usually Germany.
You could probably spend into like a third of your debt, but like if you run like 90% of your debt, which is like what you want to do in single player, then if you get in one big war, you just like get wrecked.
Okay.
All right, I think that was the person who joined was Smug, but
so deficit spending, basically what it does is like sends the money back into your economy, the factories, interest rate.
Yeah,
it's going right back to factories.
The
and making your factories more profitable.
Basically the way it works is it net increases prices across the entire economy, in terms of effect, and prices net being more expensive in the economy, especially because trade is so weak, just boosts the profitability of every building. So you increase the demand for iron, like let's say by doing more construction, which raises the price of iron in a somewhat obvious way, but the price of iron being higher means that the equilibrium proportion of your buildings that are iron mines is also going to be higher. And when the equilibrium proportion of your buildings that's iron mines is higher, that means that it'll also make clothing more expensive. So the clothing places are more profitable as well. And even if you increase the price of both the inputs and the outputs, this overall net makes buildings more profitable. And so like, it's not necessarily intuitive, but government spending on construction makes your like clothing industries more profitable.
But when I get to that stage when I, go into the habit of deficit spending, try and increase the wages for the military. When should I increase wages for like the military administrative?
The trade-off you get isn't very good for like high military wages. I'm not sure if you should ever do it, but like the multiplayer metagame is like not as one I'm as familiar with. I guess you probably only increase it when you're out of war, where like you're death spiraling, but the morale recovery might not even be worth it just in general. But you don't want the minus 50% training rate. So you should basically just kind of keep military wages even, I think, most of the time. I'm not sure if military wages is more expensive than the PM in general. I would just probably keep it even, but that might be incorrect.
I remember when I was at like 700, like the 80s, and I was looking at how much increase. Like to increase it to max, it was like 300 extra K. Probably normal too high.
What I'd say is if you're hitting like 700 million GDP as Russia without Chinese states, you're not really falling behind.
Yeah, I know I'm not falling behind. Just I feel like
he could still be stalling out though. But
also
like the mindset though of like multiplayer is like, how do I have the biggest military possible, and then how do I like abuse other people who aren't doing that? So like, it depends on your rule set a lot too.
We barely play with rules because me and the admin. So there's a trio of us who really like are the really good players. Me and the guy and the server owner, and we all kind of agree that railroading things, like have you seen those multiplayer servers that like railroad things so hard?
I think that's most of the servers.
Well, there's a few multiplayer servers that like railroad things so hard. Like no other players can join the Brothers War. You can't declare wars on other players till the 70s. Like they railroad things so hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the no joining the Brothers War is kind of essential to have Prussia ever do anything, unless players are intentionally throwing the game to have Prussia have a good time.
I mean, usually what happens for us is that Prussia just, let them talk and gets formed Germany and then start pulling other players.
I didn't
I mean,
catch all that,
realistic.
but
So, like, for us, the Prussia player, what happens to a lot of Prussian players is, in our server, you actually have to get good at diplomacy for Germany. You just don't get a free Germany. You have to actually somewhat think about it.
yeah,
Because if you...
I think in theory, Prussia and Austria should honestly just split the states. Like, Austria should let Prussia form North Germany, and then Germany, and then in return they, like, give Bavaria or whatever, and another state to Austria. It just seems like such a simple solution that players never utilize to avoid this massive war.
Well, what usually happens is the Germany player wants all of Germany. Will start bitching about how he can't get the rest of Germany.
Yeah, I think you just shouldn't do that.
Yeah, honestly, this is what happens to me as a Russian player half the time. Germany assumes that Austria is going to be a bitch and back down, then proceeds to walk up to me in the beginning of the game, and you know the power difference between Russia and Prussia in the beginning of the game, and tell me he's going to take Poland once he forms Germany. Guess what I do to him when he wants to form Germany? Absolutely maul him.
Yeah.
It's the stupidest thing, honestly.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think players in general are a lot more RP-ish than they like to admit to themselves. Or, like, actually, they don't think of the Diplo element of it very much at all. I don't know. I've talked to a bunch of multiplayer players about this, but...
Yeah, that's my opinion. When should I, go for skirmish? As Russia, the first thing you do is get the trade law, the social law for better...
I mean, it depends on
access.
it depends on your meta, but if everyone is playing correctly in multiplayer, you should probably just rush skirmish instantly over, getting railroads. It's a little hard to say, if you can negotiate... If you don't have skirmish, the players with skirmish and bigger armies than you should abuse you. If you can prevent them from doing that, then you don't need skirmish. If you can't, then you do need skirmish, right? Something like that in terms of the way to think about it.
And as Russia, there's some Germany that can get, French in 65. How am I supposed to deal with that?
They can get what? Trench in 65?
Yeah, 65 to 70. Deal with that.
Combination of Diplo and you going for stuff earlier. You can catch up pretty easily as Russia because you can eco harder and build more unis. People have to be really pressuring you to prevent you from doing that as Russia, which in theory they should do. But you're talking about a theoretical meta versus how people actually play as well at a certain point.
Universities. So I know so you have your weekly innovation. So let's say you have 200 innovation and you only use 175 of it. What happens to the other 25? Does it get evenly split up in that automatic passive research?
Yeah, but it's only 60% of it effective. Yeah. So you're using research by building passive.
But it's very worth doing, especially in multiplayer, where you're almost always going to have text to spread, unlike in single player where if you do too much, you're going to run out of text to spread. In multiplayer, that's not really going to happen. So you kind of just want to spam a lot of unis pretty early on.
Yeah.
What would you say would be a good amount of universities at 50 or 40?
You should think of it proportionally to your construction instead of by year.
Because I remember you saying something don't focus on universities to reach 200 construction.
Yeah, I generally kind of still think that. It might be slightly different for the multiplayer meta. Hitting the breakpoints on getting the military tech faster is actually really important. So relative to single player, you would want to make sure that you're hitting your literacy cap faster. So it might be the case that you want to hit your literacy cap after 100 construction, and then get up to 200-300 construction, and then build to the economies of scale cap or something like that, instead of building 2 to 5 and then getting to 200 construction and then economies of scaling. I'm my knowledge of the metagame for Like, multiplayer is not as good.
Yeah, I've been kind of, I don't know, I don't seem to do well with like more advanced economies like Britain and France and Russia because it's like, I don't know, their scaling was just different from Russia, so it's kind of weird.
Thank you for the follow, Lolo. Yeah, I think if Great Britain and France don't, like, abuse you early, Russia scales really well.
Yeah, like, honestly,
So...
we were playing a game that we actually got to, like, the 80s or 90s, and I outscaled Britain. Like, everybody outscaled, but not even taking Chinese state in 7.
Yeah, that's...
Basically, I had to slowly the world realized.
I mean, like,
Russia has, like, the best potential.
Russia has a lot of potential. Great Britain, it depends on how the EIC is handled in your rule set. Because you can get a lot of Indian pops. So it's not the case
If
that...
you're allowed to annex India, then Britain's gonna be best.
Yeah.
Well,
Even if you can't annex them, you can still get a ton of Indian pops from them over the course of the game. That Russia's biggest advantage is, like, the resources and the pops. And Great Britain doesn't have the, like, same resources that Russia does, but they can build opium in the EIC, which is still really good. As well as everything that, like, has the really significant plantation bonuses. And so they are just, like, way more efficient per construction on that type of stuff. They just build overseas in the EIC.
I usually get Persia probably in the first 5 years of the game, but usually has help it in 20 years. Does Persia help make up a lot of the weaknesses Russia has with, like, dyes and...
I mean, it helps. You're still gonna get, even if you don't get Persia, you'll still get, like, Central Asia, so you'll still get some of that stuff anyways. I wouldn't list that as, like, Russia's weakness. Russia's, like, weakness is, like, starting kind of with bad laws, which you can circumvent easily enough. And yeah, and starting with bad tech relative to the other ones.
Not as a weakness, but Persia usually covers all of Russia's weaknesses.
Well, it doesn't cover the tech
Doesn't
weakness.
give you good tech.
Yeah.
The tech weakness is definitely the most important one.
Yeah. Like, it's not that big a deal that you don't have access to dyes and silk, because you're also adjacent to China, you could just trade with them. In most rule sets where China's not playable, and, like, you could just import dyes and silk from China. China's playable?
Yeah.
Well, then China's probably the best pick. If you're not allowed to take Chinese states and China's playable, then, like...
Yeah, freest game ever. Just give up a few tree ports and then it's just illegal to declare war on you.
Well, it's more like... It's not an actual rule set that Chinese states are allowed to do token. It's more like all the other players, if you do take a Chinese state, all the other players now fear you because you have a Chinese state. It's more of a soft rule, not a hard rule.
I don't even know who I'm letting in right now. Oh, snap. I'm behind on the chat. Not like this.
But, China, we had one guy on it, he had like 160 construction by 45, which I'm like, damn, you're not using China's potential.
I mean, to be fair,
China's potential is much lower in multiplayer because you can't win the opium wars.
China's probably the hardest to play as a beginner player, too. Or it's... Like, if you're not very used to the game, even though it's a really strong country, it's kind of rough. I don't know who I let in this game. I don't know if this is fun.
Either China collapses or China becomes God.
Well, if the player's good, China's going to scale better than anyone else in a rule set where... Or like a meta where people are discouraged from carving them up.
Yeah. Honestly... Yeah, honestly, when we get Chinese players, I try to get the European. I was like, let's carve China up.
Oh,
you get this thing, you get this thing, and then
you have a new neighbor, Connor.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, North Germany.
Honestly, I've been trying to get to play Austria more. What would you say the Austrian situation's like?
Austria is the worst great power other than the Ottomans.
Yeah. Austria's like kind of like bad at Prussia at being Prussia and bad at Russia at being Russia. But like kind of halfway between the two. Yeah, I think Austria doesn't have anything where you're like, wow, this is amazing. They have like a solid amount of pops, not as much as Russia. Kind of okay resources. I guess they have okay rivers. They can form Germany, but like most multiplayer metagames are such that like that's not reasonable for Austria, or rule sets / metagames. So like, they're kind of an okay pick in 3v3v3, but that's like, I don't think that's what you're asking.
And we don't do that. We don't
Yeah.
stamina teams. It's open diplomacy, which yeah, Austria basically suffered. Oh, I've seen a lot of Austria suffer from the, there's 3 routes Austria can go: the Balkans, the Italy, or Germany. And then some Austrians decide they're gonna take all the routes and then be torn apart by all the players. Oh, they're trying to go for that.
To go for Germany, you
Like,
said?
As Austria, I beat the shit out of most Germanys, because what happens is Germany's just build up, and then the second I'm allowed to declare war for the Brothers' War, they usually never build a military, and I build like 70 troops.
I mean, a lot of the questions, when you're asking a question, I'm assuming people are just playing smart.
No.
So,
like at the lobby. So the average lobby for us is like there's 3 competent powers. There's usually 3 somewhat competent powers. Like they're not as good and use the most potential, and then there's like 3 retarders.
Yeah, I mean
Like,
but I'm saying if you're asking a question that's theoretical, and then I give you a response, and then your response to that is like, oh, but the players play terribly, then like there's no point in asking me what's like theoretical. You know what I mean?
I understand. Do you think like? Okay, understood. Let me take my questions then. Do you think like, when do you usually see the Brothers' War able to happen? Like, when does German unification Brothers' War allowed to happen again? Like, usually it happens around like 42, 43?
It's half of games it's allowed to happen in November 10th, seemingly. Ever since 1.8, they upped the probability of Germans researching nationalism. Half is November 1839, and the other half is mid-1841, I believe.
Like, if we had 2 good players on Austria and Prussia, who would you think would win the Brothers' War between Austria and Prussia? With 2 competent players.
I don't know.
I think it's probably Austria. Because you have access to way more conscripts and a much larger economy. And so you can death war for longer. And you just play defense. Until...
But if you play defense for long enough,
skirmish.
Prussia eventually researches shrapnel, and then you just insta-lose.
Do they get shrapnel before you get skirmish?
Probably not, but shrapnel just is so strong. 45 offense.
Yeah.
Once you get skirmish, you just have to just go for kill before they can get shrapnel.
The big Prussian advantage is also Helmuth, which is an insane general.
Oh yeah, I'm probably underrating that.
Oh yeah.
The economic and like population considerations definitely go to Austria, but yeah, the general and the tech is better for Prussia. I still think it's probably Austria, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of multiplayers where the Austria or the Prussia player plays really intelligently, and the Austria player throws, and then the Prussia player wins. So I haven't seen one where I feel like both sides scrape the bottom of the barrel perfectly. So it's hard for me to like give my opinion on it.
I played an MP as Austria, and I barely won the Brothers' War. It was like a super late Brothers' War, but the only reason I won is Prussia got unlucky and had a Polish secession during the war.
And you were gonna lose otherwise, you think?
Yeah, I was like dead without that.
Oh, so maybe it's just that Prussia wins. Unless you over-focused eco. I mean, I think that's a really good way to lose, too. If one player focuses on the war.
Mostly focusing on eco, because I assumed I was going to lose, because I thought I was a pretty good player on Prussia.
So Austria is really the weakest power of all the big powers.
Yeah.
Other than Ottomans, which I think technically started with a great power.
Yeah, I mean, not counting them as much.
And, like, how powerful is like a fully formed Germany compared to most part? Like, if we had a competent lobby, like, it always seems like Germany, like, once they form, it's like 400 division.
Well, usually they build a lot of military so that they can form, and so they look more spooky than they are, but they usually don't have, like, the same economic weight relative to their, like, troop count in multiplayer lobbies. So I think people get overly spooked about them and underappreciate, like, Great Britain and, like, Russia.
Yeah, eventually Russia will just defeat them in vanilla, at least, I think.
So basically, if I had to fight a 400 division Germany, I just fucking conscript to death and throw everything at the at them.
Yep. You can conscript like 900 battalions as starting Russia.
Yeah, basically just conscript, throw more people than they can throw better soldiers. Which, there's no Russians, but...
France is about to get Occitania as a protectorate.
Oh, baby. It's Mr. Bombastic. Things are getting spicy in Europe. Because if North Germany makes Germany, can have 3 powerful people out there. Wow, no one's chatted in forever. Probably because I'm not responding to chat.
True.
2/3.
When... should it be like one industry tech, one military tech, one industry tech, one military tech for like just...
No, you gotta rush the important miltechs one at a time, not going back and forth.
Yeah. Multiplayer meta is like really kind of straightforward with like the importance of like military tech, and then single player. It's like inverse single player, basically. 0 military techs versus only military techs.
Oh, so I should only be running down military techs?
If people are playing...
Not literally.
If people are playing, like, optimally, you should do something resembling that. If people aren't punishing, then you could do a lot more eco. You're still gonna want to get, like, some things, like railroads at a certain point, and also atmospheric engine and compression ignition, or, like, the condensing pump engine, but, like, other than, like...
I assume most multiplayers, Prussia isn't gonna go for the Lib Poland, Lib Ukraine, Lib Belarus war, all at once.
Most multiplayers, they don't allow that, yeah. Also, like, in multiplayer, in a lot of multiplayer, like, rule sets, it could also be important to go, like, pharmaceuticals early. But, like, other than those...
super important.
Like, other than those few, like, it's basically all mil tech, yeah. I might be forgetting one, but...
Important industry tech, important social techs, and then just no.
I mean, eventually you go malaria prevention or a colonizing power as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like a matter of how close you are to, like, being able to push a mil tech. If you're, like, several techs off, then you, like, pump the brakes a little bit because you're going to be super ahead of time, but, yeah, still for the most part. We are running a deficit now. We were trying to run a deficit, but we were having trouble because stuff wasn't employing up.
What else was I gonna say? Where would you say, like... So where would you say the best states in Russia are? Like, you know, Perm and the Urals, but usually in the early game, like the first 20 years, you can't usually get enough population up there to really be economically suitable.
I
Like,
mean,
you know
the states that have a combination of both iron and coal are all going to be really good. And there's a lot of them.
like, you know the trio in Ukraine, like the two ones next to Ukraine, the two are...
Kharkov and Kursk are both really good, yeah.
Yeah. As is Kiev. Not as good as like Kharkiv. Or it's Kharkov when it's in Russian.
When I usually do my power block, the first thing I go for is transportation for the extra infrastructure, because I usually max out most of the infrastructure in those states. Should I go for construction first, or is infrastructure a decent idea?
I think generally construction 1 first is going to be best, but depending on some multiplayer rule sets, it might be better to go for food faster. I'm not 100% sure whether or not getting the extra pop growth is better than the construction.
I think you go food and then advanced research, or maybe the other way around. Advanced research is like super meta and multiplayer.
Yeah. I would probably go construction before those two, but those are construction 1, but those are the ones you get afterwards. And if you think construction 1's not worth it, then you just like go those two.
And the Polish company is the best. It is the first company you should try and get. Yes, Russia.
Yeah. Lil Pop Rally Lowenstein is so strong.
Yeah. Oh, I think I could probably hover it. Trying to show
What would
the
you say
viewers.
the new Russian, just for their buildings, the new Russia company, or the new construction company, or the construction name that you get at level 3 construction?
I think Lil Pop it has too many similar industries to those companies, so I think you take neither New Russia or the construction company.
I don't know who's trying to join here.
Wait. Question about companies. Should I like? Because usually I have like 3 companies: the New Russia, the construction company, and the Polish company. Is that bad having 3 that similarly specialize in 3 industries?
You don't want to have overlaps now, generally.
Oh. The overlaps are bad.
Yeah, they're really bad. The food company is always a nice pickup for the 5% birth rate.
Yeah.
So out of the 3, I should probably get the Polish one. That's the best out of the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Construction may be better, but you don't want to waste the mandate on it.
Yep. I don't even know if construction's better, to be honest. Tools is actually, like, kind of the best thing to have a company on. If you're thinking of it in terms of overall construction commitment of the economy. Okay, this is smug.
Yes, I'm trying to join. Thank you.
I clicked
So how
decline.
much better is... So what happens sometimes since me as Russia is I can't get rubber plantations? So how much of a disadvantage is it that I can't get rubber tools?
Pretty big.
Like,
as a proportion of your
that
economy,
means-
tools is the largest thing in terms of, like, when you consider all the PMs together. It's just proportionally larger than everything else, and the PM is, I think, like 30% better. It's better by a very large substantive amount in terms of the net. And so not being able to access rubber is really bad, yeah.
Okay. The spreadsheet. What are like the top 3 best companies for profit? You know, the 0% intake versus 0% out. Market cost. What were the top 3 again?
I don't know what question you're asking me.
You mean the highest
You know,
price flexibility?
Your spreadsheet simulator?
Yeah.
You know how like you have the best companies where all the goods are like 0%, which ones make the most profit?
When all the goods are at 0%, when at base price, which industries make the most profit?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the case that you should do the industries that so tools do not have the most profit, but a larger proportion of your overall economy is tools than any other industry. So it's not necessarily the case that you should just choose the most profitable things. Like a gold company, even though gold has like is tied for one of the best PMs, it's proportionally a very low share of your economy. So the gold company is really not that good. Generally speaking, though, you also will run out of resources eventually, and they're proportionally more valuable the less throughput you can get, and you can get more throughput in general on manufacturing industries. So I think generally speaking, it's something like tools, then iron, then maybe coal, maybe.
Coal, iron, and coal. The trifecta.
Yeah, something like that. And then steel and glass are probably up there. I'm not 100% though.
Steel wasn't bad. I thought steel was not that profitable.
It's not a good company, or it's not a good industry, but getting like throughput on it's still like useful, especially because it feeds into the construction loop in its entirety, so it lowers the price of everything. And it lowers the price of like government expenses by a significant amount. So that it's targeted lowering the price of construction is like something that's like difficult to properly represent. So like clothing might give you more overall like net throughput increase per proportion of your economy or something like this, right? But you have a preference towards something decreasing in terms of equilibrium prices. You'd rather decrease the price of construction costs than clothing. I guess unless you're pushing SOL. If you're pushing SOL, then having companies for consumer goods becomes more valuable than it is otherwise.
See. As Russia, is it like? I had a debate with another guy who played Russia sometimes. Is like once you get Russia the puppet, is it worth annexing it to give it better PMs and take all the money from the opium plantations?
Once you get Russia as a puppet?
No,
Persia.
If
Persia.
Persia as a puppet. Would you annex them or no? Because
well, probably, but like it's not that big a deal if you don't. Because plantations specifically, like the best PM is in tier 3, right? And
the AI almost never swaps on the automatic irrigation PM.
Do they really never?
I don't think I've even seen India swap on the PM, let alone Persia.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen it, but this isn't the closest thing I paid attention to. But they, in theory, get the PM, you know, at a reasonable pace. So, like, the theoretical versus the AI being
railroads, which is a big problem.
Was that part of the change when they made it so it's not subsidized automatically? Was that why they did that change? You don't automatically
subsidize? Some of the AIs just don't subsidize the railroads.
Oh, god damn, dude.
So you just are permanent zero infra in Persia.
Yeah, I mean, in general, that is one of the strong reasons why, even if you have, like, foreign investment, annexation's good. Generally, I think you should work towards annexing Persia, yeah.
I think... I remember it not being that good, then I was, like, still struggling. Then I was watching another big multiplayer person. Anyways, yeah, but making railways profitable helps in the game so much. Like, railways get expensive if you don't make them profitable.
Yeah. Then you have to pay a lot in subsidies.
Versus just switching when the PM's over to railways, so transportation tickets. What would you say some of the good consumption taxes are today? Or
the ones that give you the most money.
So like grain?
The grain doesn't give you the most money per authority.
Or if you have a lot of opium is always the best consumption tax in the game, but other than that, it kind of depends which one will be the best for authority.
Yeah, I think that you should, if it's close between a luxury tax and opium or alcohol, it's better to tax the luxury item, because this positively affects SOL. But it also depends what your SOL's at. If your SOL is already sky high, then it really doesn't matter. Or it might be, it becomes, at a certain point, it's actually even better to tax the lower rung consumption items more because you actually want to lower SOL because it increases pop growth if your SOL is already really high.
Oh shit, I had an idea.
But that's like, now you're starting to get into the weeds.
In the investment pool, you know how like at a certain point, they invest so much into the investment pool that it doesn't actually drain it, so then you just have like millions of dollars in the investment pool that's never getting used.
Yeah, you just build more construction.
Oh, so you just, that's where it comes from, like, yes, I don't have the money, but the investment pool does.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. We understand the link.
Now I feel like I understand the stalling out on Russia a little bit better.
Because I would get... Yeah, because I just looked at my investment pool, I'm like, $25 million.
Yeah, that's why you're stalling out. That's effectively getting siphoned out of your economy as well. In the same way that deficit
really
spending.
Not that much.
In the same way that deficit
like
spending.
GDP, 25 million money is not much.
Stacking up any amount though is bad. It's not like an insane amount, but because if you're, it's the same principle as like the deficit spending boosting the economy. It's also not boosting the economy. So it's not just that you haven't gotten to spend it, it's also that it hasn't driven prices up and made everything more profitable. No construction, man. Chat shaming me. I gotta focus up.
Unbelievable.
I know, I'm trying to answer questions.
I watched the one Proud Bavarian discuss about the new DLC, but do you think the new transportation DLC is gonna change the game much?
Yes.
Like, are they gonna actually increase trade volume, or is it actually gonna affect your economy?
It's gonna change it a lot at the outset of the game. I think eventually it starts to not matter, probably pretty deep into the game, because eventually you're just a larger share of the overall market that it becomes autarkic again. But in multiplayer, that's probably not the case, and so multiplayer specialization will actually be rewarded.
The ability to play infinite ports is very important for playing tall.
Yeah. Also, trade centers just, I mean, I have to take a look at it, like, but they seem actually insanely efficient per pop. So like, at a certain point, if you have really low pops, which you generally do have in multiplayer because you can't go for Chinese states, arbitraging around stuff is like becomes really strong. Or I imagine you can arbitrage.
Even before this, like, trade somewhat had an effect. Like, I remember, like, one game I saw like 13,000 coal to the British. That's right.
Yeah, but you haven't played previous versions of the game.
I was here,
Aware.
I think I bought the game like 3 months before, like 3 months after its release. I played the game.
So then you remember what trade was like before 1.5, where the routes were absolutely massive, and you could build basically nothing but tools and iron, and just run everything else through trade.
Yeah.
I think you mean only wood?
Actually, on release, because of how the GDP was calculated incorrectly, I don't even think it was wood. I think it was probably tools, but yeah, also nothing but wood.
Remember how Kazakhstan used to be one fucking unrecognized country? Fucking, like, you know, it's just a big patch in the middle of Asia. Kazakhstan was uncolonized. We have a Persian player that says slave trade is good because he gets more prosper with his opium plantations. Is that... What's your opinion on that?
I try to figure out, so there seems to be, the mechanics behind slavery seems to be actually somewhat binary in terms of what the package of goods the slave receives is, and they either are like 1 SOL or 7 or 8. And if the slaves are at 7 or 8 SOL, slavery is probably actually good. And if they're at 1 SOL, it's bad. I don't know what drives them to which SOL. I wish I understood how this worked. But, like, if there's a way you can control it and make it so that they don't hit the 1 SOL, slavery is actually probably good. I think if you can't control it, it's bad. It seems that you can't control it.
I've heard a bunch of multiplayer people who are slave trade meta enjoyers. I don't think it's worth it though.
Yeah, the 50% workforce ratio is like kind of nuts, but like also you can't only run slaves because they can only do certain jobs. So
I feel like also the boost to landowners and just not liberalize your country just hurts more in the end.
I mean, eventually the 50% boost is inconsequential.
The inability to pass cultural exclusion is pretty consequential for most countries, though.
Yeah. And at a certain point, multiculturalism decreases government wages by a lot. So...
Unless you're running your government employees in states with discriminated pops.
Not all of them can become government employees, though. Unless they're the right religion.
You can get, I think on national supremacy, you can get like minus 20% wage government employees. Something like this.
But they have to be like tier 3 to employ up, right?
Yeah, and tier 3 is minus 20% wage.
No, but the difficulty is getting them to tier 3. They like have to be accepted religion. So like mechanically that's hard to execute.
Yeah. Or they have to be the heritage but nothing else.
Like if you can correctly push like your religion on pops that don't normally have the religion, then you can do this type of thing, but otherwise like multiculturalism's like gonna be better in most situations for decreasing gov wages as much as possible.
Another question is I kind of stay with national supremacy as Russia since most of my pops are Russian anyways, but that 5%, should I just get cultural exclusion, but I usually stay with national supremacy because they give an extra 5% birth rate. Is that relevant, that extra 5% birth rate, or no?
The 5% birth rate is from a mod.
Oh yeah, I play with a mod that does that.
Yeah, 5% birth rate is pretty good. I think with the mod you probably stay on it, but like without the mod you probably want to get off of it. Because I think that the decreased gov wages is better than the 100 authority.
I also play with
unless you're trying to do what Connor's suggesting, which I don't know how easily you can execute with Russia, but
the mod also does changes how a lot of administrative buildings can be like getting dedicated police. Every level of dedicated police gives you an extra 30% authority.
30%?
Which is like great.
3-0?
Are you playing Hearts of Victoria? This sounds like what I know about Hearts of Victoria.
MP Balance and Essentials, I believe it's called.
Oh, MP Balance and Essentials? Yeah, I've played with that mod.
30% is an insane modifier to have on.
It's 30 flat, not 30%.
Oh, okay, never mind. That's not insane at all.
So 30 flat?
It's also bugged where the authority still gives you political dysfunction modifiers if you use it all.
It gives what?
The political dysfunction modifiers you get when you have negative authority, called political dysfunction. It gives minus opposition approval and radicals from political movements.
Okay. Oh, I think I vaguely remember this. Was this the multiplayer paradoxical gaming place on this?
Yep.
Okay.
We usually play that. I don't know why my server owner likes it. I don't care. It doesn't change the game too much. I hate the MP mods that change the game massively.
I mean, I think that the paradoxical gaming one changes it quite a bit. They like fiddle with the military in some weird ways.
Oh, I've played with that once. So how they change the military is date based. So like, you know how when you research things down, depending on how much you've researched already, is like going ahead of time. The head of time modifier is now based upon the date. So like if you're trying to research French, like it's like the 90s, and it will go down the closer you reach to the 90s. The research before time modifier.
I didn't even notice that while I was playing.
I didn't realize that either. That's probably okay.
I personally think having it based on the date, not how much your research is. My personal opinion, how military technology should be researched.
I mean, I think that research entirely just probably needs an overhaul, but...
Yeah, honestly, research, yeah, definitely. Because, like, when you think about it, like, countries like Japan could just, they do get a bunch of bonfires, but, like, you don't have to research the tech from ground zero. Like, Great Power just introduced here's a railway, and then fucked up on it.
Well, it's not just the introduction. Implementation is, like, an entirely different thing that is like a substantive barrier. And, like, just because China received someone telling them how to use an atmospheric engine doesn't mean that they can... China today is having difficulty spreading to the more rural interior portions of their country a lot of technological stuff. The government actively, like, does a lot to try and spread stuff internally, like, in a very active way. And so, like, the notion that you could, in the Victorian era, do that is, like, kind of nuts. Japan was, like, super proactive about it. Singapore, too, like, historically.
Do you think technology should be state-based?
To some extent, yeah.
So, like, let's say you, as a Russia example, let's say you build, like, 50 universities in Tula, and then it's a % chance if you discover technologies. But once you discover the technology in Tula, there's a % modifier of when it will spread to the states next to it, and then the next state next to that.
Not quite like that. I actually think maybe it should be more population-driven than, like, state-driven.
Like
it's just that states are tied to populations. So you have more literate population, it's easier for them to integrate, like, stuff. You have population that communicates more regularly with the international community, like, more trade relative to the population side. It should be easier to do stuff. There's, like, a lot of abstractions that would be better, and Victoria 3 is actually, like, pretty well constructed to do stuff based off pops. So they could do
So
this.
would you say, like,
I actually have a video
So,
on
like,
how I
like-
think they should rework technology.
so would you say, like,
I
the
can link it to the
regions,
chat.
like the Baltic, the Baltic/Polish regions next to the German border, should they somewhat get, like, German technologies while the rest of Russia kind of doesn't? Because they're close to it?
Sorry, could you repeat
What
that?
happened?
Someone's
Like-
calling an ambulance.
Like, the regions that are, like, close to Germany, like Poland and Baltic states, like
Yeah.
the Balkans, the Baltics, should they get, like, a bleed over from German technologies somewhat?
Probably a little bit, and it should be more of a bleed over if there's, like, a language similarity between the pops that have the technology and the ones that don't. Like, it should be
So, like,
easier
the
for... It should be easier for the French and the Germans to share technology because their languages are more similar than the Chinese and the Germans.
Yeah, that's understandable.
But
Honestly,
I think this should be the
yeah.
case even if there was, like, a bunch of French people in wherever else. So, like, America, even though it's not contiguously next to Great Britain, should benefit a lot from Great Britain being ahead of tech and this type of thing. I'm taking the coastline so that no one else tries to go after Congo. Although now that I've said it aloud, someone in the lobby might do that.
Wow.
should
We'll
it-
have to
should it also
conquer
be-
all of South Africa to fix this injustice.
Should it?
I'm pretty sure you
Should
just
it
pulled
also
me
be
up.
Should technology also spread by trade?
I think to some extent, yeah.
Because, like, how the trade of the reworking itself would benefit a lot to that. Like, let's say St. Petersburg dock and the London dock trade a lot. Slowly, some sort of technology can go over to St. Petersburg.
I think to some extent trade should actively hurt some things from spreading. And this is, like, what we observed historically. Which is, like, Great Britain dumping steel and iron into other markets should make it harder for them to adopt steel and iron, like, production methods, basically, and technologies for it.
Oh.
So, like,
Because
trade
they are
shouldn't
at
always
war.
be positive. Yeah, because there's, like, a perverse effect. There's a perverse anti-industrial effect that's created by trade when you trade industrial goods for raw materials. It's harder to industrialize when you're exporting raw materials and importing finished goods.
I see. Yeah.
So the technologies that reflect that should be, you know, harder to get. But the thing is the implementation of the technology should be divorced from the technology itself. Like, you should be able to get the technology from getting that trade, but then that trade should make it harder for you to implement the technology in a really substantive way. Papa, we be pausing.
And that would be the same for land trade.
So, like, that's one of the reasons why there was protectionism against Great Britain, especially by the, like, Europeans, so that they could actually develop the industries.
Okay. Do you think there should be more functionalities to, like, the Europeans fucking around with China? Like, more of an in-depth, like, you know how the Europeans split China up into regional sectors? Economic sectors?
I feel like they... Did they, historically?
Yeah, that's what they basically said, like, we have these provinces for us to trade in, and then you have those provinces to trade in.
But they didn't,
I think this is
they
after
didn't,
the
like...
Taiping Rebellion.
They didn't go that deep into the interior of
Boxer
China.
Rebellion. They didn't actually conquer it, but there was, like, some trade agreements made after the Boxer Rebellion.
I'm not as familiar with those, so I can't comment on them.
Is the Boxer Rebellion even represented in Wikipedia?
Poorly.
Yes, it is, but it requires China to research political agitation.
Oh. Because I never saw it once happen.
If you're the
What?
player, you always avoid it. Just by, like, kind of playing
No,
intelligently.
you gotta do it as China, because it's the only way to complete fragile unity.
Yeah, we're trying to complete that JE, right?
It gives you, like, 10% tech research speed for a decade.
Does it really?
Yeah.
But you have to, like... you have to, like, destroy your country to complete it.
You don't have to destroy your country, you just have to become a republic, get recognition, and complete the Boxer Rebellion, which means take the Portuguese treaty port, but you need to make sure it stays there all the way to that point.
Would you say China's balanced in
You
the
can
current
follow,
game meta? Or
Corius. Balance
China
for
is not
what?
balanced.
I don't know, like multiplayer ways?
No.
Wise?
No, it's not balanced.
Is there any
It's
good
the
way
strongest
to
country.
balance it?
Multiplayer in
Sure.
general is just not balanced, though. Like,
I mean, yeah, like
there are a ton of
basically.
there are a ton of countries that are just way better than all the others. Like,
I
it's
mean,
not
what we
remotely
usually
close to
see is,
balanced.
I mean, what we see is like, if you're not a great power, you basically have to suck on a great power because you're never defeating a great power as a major power. Like, there's no peaceful way for Persia ever to hold back the Russians from the Caucasian mountains.
Yeah, so
We'll just-
the asking if something's balanced is, like, a little bit weird in the context of, like, everything
Yeah.
just kind of being
Yeah,
unbalanced.
that. You think-
China is
Of
very
course.
obliquely different, such that a lot of rule sets like to just ban it outright. I know Paradoxical Gaming was trying to figure out EIC and maybe ban EIC. I don't know if I agree with that, but...
What do you think should get reworked first, the army or the navy?
Diplomatic plays, I think, are a bigger priority than the actual mechanics of how the wars happen. I think diplomatic plays turn off new players way more. Oh my god.
Why do you say that? Because that's how fucking weird they are.
Yeah. Your chat's shaming me.
Trying to figure out diplo plays is definitely the #1 source of resets in my runs.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, honestly. It's like, you know, diplo plays are more like, I'm declaring war on you. Give up. Or,
It's like it's a delayed declaration of war that's, like, kind of wonky and doesn't properly... Like, if you read through the dev diary for it, like, it doesn't fulfill their, like, design vision at all. It's not this jockeying, maneuvering thing. It's just this, like, delayed declaration of war that is, like, occasionally really, really frustrating. and you can't make concessions to people who join into the war in order to get them out of it or in order to get them to switch sides. Not really. I mean, technically you can, but you get the like -1K relations hit or whatever, so that they're always antagonistic and not really willing to deal once they've joined the other side, except in like cases where they have some sort of flavor +1K desire for something that you have.
Yeah, it's very tough to... They need to make it so you can just capitulate to a country's war goals if they join their side.
Yeah.
Or at least, like, have the country be able to decide that.
Yeah.
Maybe they can still side back unconditionally if they want, but if the AI has a negative at all, then they just won't.
Yeah.
Do you think we should be... I think there should be, like, you can add war goals during the war, like, slowly you get more...
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I hate the Diplo play. Is you're also
Because
keep
it's like,
Slowly
get
get
on
more
your
and more
war goals.
maneuvers, and that would just mean you'd, like, intentionally stall out wars sometimes. Should be a little weird.
Like, when I think about, like, we had a game, like, the last Vicky 3 multiplayer game, we had a game where, like, France, Russia, Austria, and Iran all went on Ottomans at the same time. And it's like,
Smart.
historically at that point, if everybody goes on all the Ottomans, they shouldn't exist as a concept anymore. Like, they shouldn't just lose Bulgaria and lose some of the Balkan states. Like, at that
I mean, I
point, when
think
you're
that
fully
what
outside-
happens when there's big coalitions against the Ottomans is not that they got destroyed in history. I don't think that's what happened. I think that they just lost some territories. I don't think they got destroyed.
I mean,
You get more war goals when you have more countries
have you
on your
talked
side.
to a Turkish person who reminisces about the good old days? Ottomans were the spooky one.
Yeah, no, not anymore.
Oh, the Italians have joined against me.
Oh, the Italians, there. You know how many times...
Oh, I'm
I've seen
surprised that
multiplayer-
Kaneki is not joining against you. Something spheres of influence.
He doesn't have an interest.
Doesn't have an interest in South Germany? Womp womp.
Yeah.
Oh, he just declared... Oh, no, wait. I thought he just declared you as a rival. It's South Germany who just declared you as a rival.
I don't know if I can win this play. Italy actually has such a big army. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Why does Italy have the biggest army ever?
I think because there are a bunch of OPMs there that have military at the game start. Probably.
It's so over.
My last question is,
Are you sure it's your last question? You said that a couple
yeah.
times.
I think you have
Sure.
900,000 more questions.
okay, I said
And not that I mind the questions, but I do protest the statement that it's the last one.
Okay, I do say that a little too many times.
Oh, somehow France is what's happening here? France is
France is in a
imploding.
revolt.
Yeah, thank you a lot for answering my questions. You made the late game more...
Yeah.
Making
Well, like,
sense.
multiplayer metagame's, like, just a lot different than... I'm actually not, like, that... I kind of understand how the multiplayer metagame's different, but, like, I'm not necessarily an expert in it.
I just like it more because I don't... It's actually a challenge, in my opinion, not having to beat the shit out of...
Yeah. Oh my god, chat's gonna shame me again.
Time to see if the Polish conscripts can defeat the evil
Yeah.
Okay,
South Germany and Italy.
Huh?
I'm gonna go play Empires. I'm gonna go play Empires of the Undergrowth now. Okay.
Didn't you have a question? You had a question.
I thought he
I was
did.
gonna ask about EU5.
Oh,
Is it looking like a good game?
I can't
an
answer that
NDA.
question. I can't give my opinion on it. I could say that
His
what
opinion
is...
that
I
he
could
is
tell you that
secretly the
what's...
developer of the game.
I could tell you that what is in the Tinto Talks looks good. I like what I see in the Tinto Talks. I could tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, should I get EU5? Is it worth me playing it, or should I just stick with Viking 3?
I can't answer a more broad version of that question.
And
I would you could look at the Tinto talks, especially the ones on economics, and decide what you think. I mean, I could talk about some of the differences in the economics. I'm actually kind of curious to see how those roll out. It does seem like they kind of ported over a lot of the interesting economic things from Victoria 3, which makes me very excited about the game.
Yeah, because I saw that, I was like...
Yeah, and what they left on the table was kind of really closely tracking pops, which is not something I really care about all that much. So,
Is Civ 7 any good?
Civ 7's kind of bad.
Oh, how sad.
Sure.
Yeah, it's.
I've never played a Civ game in my life, so.
I would recommend Civ 6 if you want to play a Civ game.
I played like 50 hours of Civ 6, so I'm really a pro.
Yeah. Civ 6 is a lot of fun. There's a lot of mods too. It's Jover as France as Mr. Bombastic. Are you actually gonna get gamed over? Big sad.
It's also Jover for Poland.
Is it? What are you losing?
Basically. We're losing
The stream
Krakow, Slovakia, and we're being regime changed.
No. This is all so bad. This is the stream where all the people join in the multiplayer and they proceed to lose versus the AI. My viewers.
I did not expect Italy to join. It said they had like -70.
Not like
Play my
this.
angry now.
Okay.
This is why we need a rework to diplo.
I did. I feel like when I said gave you a hard time about it not being your last question, that it might have felt like I was giving you a harder time than I intended to. I was just trying to joke a little bit.
Now.
Oh, he's gone now? Womp womp. Big sad. He did say last question like 8 times, though.
Did he?
I think he did. Maybe not 8.
I don't know.
Yeah, he asked a lot of questions. It was kind of fine, though. I don't know. I think chat was kind of okay with it. Can you confirm that it's going to be called EU5? No. Japan is also sad. Trying to get off isolationism, but none. Womp womp. This is just generalist gaming viewers struggle versus the AI. Not like this.
I can almost only give up Krakow and regime change, so I don't have to lose Slovakia at least.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, Italy is in a lot of loans.
The cycle of that.
Yeah, if you don't have a... Jeez. Someone's about to get game over and... Ooh. It's casual, so we probably just let him rejoin. Man, now I feel bad. I feel like I scared him off. Not like this. I didn't mean it to sound like harsh. I meant it to just be a joke. That statement sounds like you did not like what you saw outside the Tinto talks. That sounds like a phishing comment that I am intelligent enough to not fall for. And before it's called EUV and not EU5, shake my head. Yeah, this is kind of one of the more critical questions.
No, it's very irrelevant. You're just misleading us.
Yeah, I mean, I either have to refuse to talk about stuff or just be incredibly vague with the stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about. Like, if I could be vague enough, I could talk about how vague, but... There's actually, like, multiple directives that are semi-contradictory in terms of, like, what I'm allowed to talk about.
Whatever is the most permissive is clearly the correct one.
Huh?
Whatever one is the most permissive is clearly the correct one.
I don't think that's how that works. I think I am one of the more, like, literal interpreters of my NDA, though. I think if you're trying to get leaked information, I'm probably one of the more poor people to get it from.
Well, my capital's about to get occupied. Uh-oh.
Womp womp. Please let me continue. Mr. Bombastic. Are you on France? Looks like you can continue on France. Yeah, I don't care. Someone wants to send a confirmation hearing style Q&A about U5 and generals. I don't recall a response. I actually thought about doing an edit of the Marshawn Lynch interview where he says, I'm just here so I don't get fined in response to every single question.
I've been regime changed.
So like,
Getting regime change is so annoying because you can't change the government. How many women were you on a date with in Barcelona? 0. That I can answer. Was it U5 on a Signal chat? I can't answer that. But actually. Oh, I triggered corn laws and didn't even realize it. How good am I at this game? Idling construction, but like... Actually just playing horribly right now because I'm trying to answer all the questions. I see someone's taking the naming convention correctly.
What laws did that movement actually force onto France? I don't see any changes. National supremacy, I guess?
I don't think they... Do they start with rights of assembly?
No, I mean national supremacy. I think France starts with cultural exclusion.
Yeah,
We
I don't know
actually
what they
shouldn't
start
give
with.
rights of assembly.
Do they start with poor laws? They start with a lot of institutions. I just can't
Yeah,
remember
they start with
what
poor
they are.
laws.
Yeah.
France has got the most institutions in the game. Oh, the Rhine's got a
that's
revolt
like
now.
that's why they're like one of the more poor people to release China as in 3v3v3. I think that's almost certainly if 3v3v comes back, we're not gonna play the China release. We're somehow gonna ban China release, I think. I do think it's a little strange that the EU team involved you and that the Victory team hasn't involved you a ton either. I don't think I can talk about why the Spain team is involved me more, but yeah. I've received more outreach from Paradox Tinto than the like Vic3 team, which is a little
That's
bit
so
weird.
weird.
I generally gotten along well with all the like Vic3 devs that I've talked to, so I don't know exactly what it is. But I think there's some, yeah, I think they don't like me for some reason, and I think it's more than just my audio is bad, but that's a reason that has been given. So I don't know. What do you think about Tariff Slider? Big nice. But yeah, there are people who do like way less Vic3 videos and have way less Vic3 views that have gotten like voiceover stuff for Vic3 before me. It might just be that their content has better editing. I think that may be just it, but
Yeah.
and I don't have a business email. It might just be my lack of a business email. That's probably just it, and I'm just being stupid. I don't know. It feels
Like,
personal,
there's
but
no
it's
email
probably
linked on
not.
your account or at all, or is it just a
Yeah,
Gmail?
no, it's just bad. There's no business account linked. For business inquiries, try and hit me up in the comments section. Like, you know, and I need to make a list of things that I need to do that are just super low hanging, that are just like, would just be better for me. But like, I don't know. Yeah. I like don't want to make an email unless I feel like I'm going to check it super frequently, because I feel like it's almost a lie, and then like it feels dishonest, and then I get just lost in the sauce of like theoretical questions.
Mm-hmm.
Japan's asking people to start a play for investment rights. If anyone wants to do that.
Can I even ask for that? Do I have enough power? I do.
I think it's good for you in theory to get ownership of rice farms.
It sticks infamy.
Big true. Take you know what you do is you ask for war reps too, and you make it primary. For a second I thought it was the Prussia Chub, not the Prussia Club. I was like, whoa there. Is that a block, or are you just happy to see me? We're starting to run a positive balance because we're not building stuff. The stuff can't even employ up, though.
And the Great Poles have researched skirmish infantry.
Man, I feel bad. I feel like he took that, like, so seriously. The last question comment. It's gonna haunt me for the rest of the day. God damn it.
Crazy.
I don't even know where my capital is. Okay.
About 25 million GDP.
How much?
25 million.
That's hot. Are you the highest right now?
Bengal is.
Bengal is freaking cooking.
Yeah. Next is actually Iberia.
Iberia. Oh yeah, excluding the Chinas.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought you said you were 25 million.
No, I said Bengal was.
Oh, okay. Bro, where are you?
I'm doing terrible.
I don't even see you on here.
I'm 21st.
Oh, Jesus.
I would have gone up quite a lot if I'd taken Bohemia and Moravia successfully, but
Oh, yeah.
can do.
I mean, a lot of it's the pop. Ryan looking soft right now. Is Germany gonna
Number
abuse?
one great power.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's crazy. Even revving? With 277.
It's actually just because they're the only great power in the world. They're gonna drop out of great power, and then they're gonna go out of number one.
Italy's doing
We're
good.
gonna have no great powers.
Yep. This is the
Which means you can just go high infamy and there's no consequences.
just like generalist viewers get humiliated by the AI renaming this stream.
You should have picked South
Yeah, I'm shocked you didn't pick that considering the gauntlet for the Rumble was kind of thrown down.
Yeah.
I have no military. I'm at the mercy of the AI.
Rip.
Just conscript.
Yeah, the AI is so bad at conscripting. I think no one starts out with conscripts, so the AI doesn't have like conscripts to start. Vic 3 in general is shallow when
the biggest military ever, though.
Is shallow when it comes to community engagement from the devs outside the forums. Interesting.
There seems to be a lot of dev talking in the Vic 3 Discord.
Yeah, like Alex talks quite frequently. It's mainly just Alex, right? No, Lino too. I don't know, but I get along with Alex and Lino, I feel like. But they're not the ones making the decisions. No, but I know why I got pulled into Paradox Tinto, but I don't think I'm allowed to talk about it, so I'm just not. I mean, considering I have no EU4 content, I think it's pretty easy to make the inference.
So it is EU5.
I
What?
can't talk about that.
That's not about. What? How is that even an inference? What? I don't even understand that at all. Actually,
that's an inference towards a different conclusion. That
makes sense. That's a conclusion.
The topic was why I got invited there. Yeah, I'm not allowed to talk about if it's what the name of the game is.
So you know what the name of the game is.
I'm not allowed to talk about what I saw there. Sun God says, I have to say the EU5 military from the Tinto Talk seems pretty fun. Not the biggest fan of CK and EU war mechanics with amassing one massive stack, so hopefully the supply adds depth. Being able to cut supply lines, I think, is so critical in, like, actually simulating warfare, and games just generally don't do it. Like, I don't know. If anyone is, like, a Three Kingdoms enjoyer, and you read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, like, almost everything is, like, won by, like, a combination of just ambushing people, burning fire attacks, trapping people's in gorges, and cutting supply lines. And that's like the entirety of the warfare, and like pitched battles are like not even a thing in terms of how warfare gets conducted in those books, which I get it's a romanticization, but like if you just cut the supply line, the army just starves, and like if you're malnourished and you go into a battle, you're gonna get wrecked. But then you have games like Total War where it's like we fight at max capability no matter what, and we don't care if you got circled around us or whatever. It's kind of just a bit of nonsense. It's because of Habibi, isn't it? I can't say why it is, or why it wasn't. Journalists used to stream a whole lot of Mayu and Taxes. I'd never streamed Mayu and Taxes. I could say that. So that would imply that it was not because I streamed Mayu and Taxes, but I'm neither confirming or denying it was because I streamed Mayu and Taxes. I'm just providing the context that I've never streamed it. Warper says, so when you
posted, more EU5 Tinto Talk videos than you've posted Victoria 3 gameplay, so recently at least.
That is true. Warper says, so what you're saying is that you were the Vic 3 representative and got invited to test how the game feels relative to Vic 3 player in comparison to EU4 player. I can't comment as to why I was invited, or if I tested anything at all, or if I saw anything at all. Blink twice if this is the case. I mean, I'm going to blink twice over the course of the stream. So... Journalists showed up to provide the Happy Wednesdays and then was promptly booted from the meeting. This is the real.
Make sure your total number of blinks is a multiple of 2 if it's true.
Jesus. I don't know. The person who actually counts the number of blinks I have over the remainder of the stream probably deserves to get leaked to. I guess. I'm not sure the proper way to conjugate that, but that sounds correct. If anyone's deserving of forbidden information, it's them, right?
Yeah.
God.
Not that information would actually have any more probability of being true.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that I'm going to leak it to them. I'm saying they'd be more deserving. Not that they will receive. I'm pretty sure if we're talking about deserving, I did not deserve to go to Tinto. But can you say anything about Victoria 4? I've heard nothing regarding Victoria 4.
Yeah, it's easy. We got easy another 5 years.
Yeah. I suppose people could try and process elimination, ask me about every game that isn't the game that they think it is.
Well, Victoria doesn't take place in the 1300s, so I think we can quite easily rule out it being Victoria 4.
You think that, but pretty sure
But basically just
that's when
changed the
Victoria was
timeline.
born. Yeah, exactly. It's a game about industrialization, and it's a timeline where the Romans industrialized. They're just keeping that all undercover. By the fact that I said that, it should be obvious that I'm just being sarcastic, by the way.
No, these are all true statements.
Everyone knows that you went to Spain just to wish Johan a happy Wednesday.
Yeah, he actually hasn't actually signed the NDA. They just told him to go there to fake having to sign the NDA so that everyone else would be confused.
Yeah, I just went there as a greeter, and I wasn't actually invited in. I just greeted all the EU4 people.
Wait, so Nubia has slavery?
Womp womp. The news video where the guy talks about something horrific on a newscast, and the anchor responds with womp womp lives so rent free in my head right now. Just completely inappropriate response, and now I'm gonna start inappropriately saying womp womp too much. I think Danubia has slavery enabled because some of the Wallachia and those types start with it.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
Wallachia starts the game with it. I wonder if they have the Romanian journal to subjugate Moldavia.
Oh. Is it a coincidence that you started playing Stellaris after coming back from the Tinto studios? This I actually can answer. Talking to one of the community managers there, he said that there was Stellaris was somewhat underrepresented relative to its demand. But what I think it is that Stellaris has 0 tourists. All the people who make Stellaris content only make Stellaris content. And the people who circle around the content sphere, EU4, CK, Victoria, or whatever, and just do rounds, those people don't play Stellaris. So it has 0 tourists and only specialists. Whereas every other game is a combination.
Yeah, when I tried looking up Stellaris after I saw you'd said that, it was I couldn't see almost anything that looked like it had a proper thumbnail.
Yeah, there's one guy who's really big in Stellaris, and then that's kind of it. They just hung around. You just hung around the entrance. They never let you in, basically.
This was actually just a coordinated plot by all the creators of Paradox videos to trick you into thinking that U5 is soon.
Yeah, there's what is it? It's a psyop to misdirect.
Yeah, Paradox wasn't involved in this at all.
I was invited as a misdirect. Yeah, I don't know. But I can't talk about specifics. Or many generalities, so like... there's so much stuff I can talk about, though, but I have to only use information that's publicly available. You know what's interesting, though, is if someone else leaks... I think technically I'm allowed to comment on their leak, because that's public information.
What if the leak isn't 100% guaranteed to be true? Because that's always going to be the case.
So I think I could say that, according to this, like, if I preface the source of the leak instead of just saying it as it being true, I think I actually can. Per my NDA, I think my directive is a little bit different. I think my directive suggests something that's like different than my NDA, but my NDA specifically says if something's public, then I can talk about public information, if I recall correctly. The NDA is just hyper strict, though. Like, more strict than they have any interest in enforcing. So... I'm, like, afraid to export wood to human players, because I think they'll attack me if I do. That would be my immediate response.
We need lots of wood here in Poland.
Like, if I saw someone with, like, zero tech trying to export their wood to create demand... I'd be like, I would just attack them. Whatever. Go for it.
I don't have a navy, so...
I just play super paranoid. You don't need a navy to beat what I have.
I can't run a naval invasion without a navy, you know.
You just violate sovereignty on Danubia, Balkans, Anatolia, Arabia, Nile, and Zanj. What do you mean?
I don't think I can win all those wars. Also, you can't actually violate sovereignty.
No, yeah, I
know.
know.
Border with both borders.
Yeah. I'm definitely joking about that one.
We'll just conquer South Cameroon, the Congo AI will back down, and then we'll invade you, you know?
That actually probably would work.
Hello, this is Friends. We can support your naval invasion.
Oh no. This is how it all ends for South Africa. France thumbs the pie. Not like this. I don't even have a floating strategic interest with which to declare another war at zero infamy. The truth hurts so bad.
You don't have a strategic interest?
No.
But you need 39 to become a unrecognized regional power now. You should really rush colonization so you can declare more wars.
I'm just gonna add a little bit of military and see if it bumps up my prestige enough.
You need like 6 more prestige and then to flip up government wages. Maybe a little bit less than that.
Actually, I could probably hit it. Yeah,
oh,
for a
you
moment.
can.
Yeah. But that's with max gov
Alright.
wages. I need to maintain it until I get my interest. Oh no, wait, it'll stay for a year. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. The ability to juggle, like, power rank is, like, so silly.
Randomly increasing your government wages once a year to stay at power is not how the game was meant to be played, you saying?
Yeah, basically. Lunith says...
Higher power ranks are actually kind of worse. You gotta pay 10% more infamy.
You know what I could do is I can wait almost a full year, or I could wait a full year for me to decrease in power rank but not lose the interest yet.
Yeah.
That's pod racing.
You know, in
right
theory,
there.
you can have an interest everywhere in the world with only 2 interests.
Jesus, that's exhausting.
Because if you have an interest in an area for a single tick, it will reset the 1 month period.
Yeah, I understand the the logic. I would never do that.
Yeah, it's way too much effort to actually do. I mean, maybe if you have 2 interests, you can justify doing it for 3, but...
It just, like, no, like, I always bring up that one guy's EU4, like, run, where he conquers the world in, like, 50 years or something. And, like...
25 years, something like that.
Yeah, well, apparently that record's been beaten. Lambda, but the Lambda video is, like, that's the type of thing for, like, a perfect Victoria 3 run you would just do, because having an interest is better than just not.
I mean, not always. You get minus relations when they declare wars and stuff. Usually.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. It's generally probably better because the sway opportunities, but... Luna said one thing I noticed.
You actually just reset to a month before. Every time you see a war, you reset a month and put an interest.
Or if they declare a war and you don't want to lose the attitude, you just reload and undeclare the interest or whatever.
Yep.
It's just like in a theoretical optimized. Someone's saying that there's no generalist gaming type creator in Stellaris. It was really just dudes who gamed the game really well. That sounds like a better vibe than, like, someone spreadsheeting, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you can low infamy conquer the world in Victoria 3. If you just need to, you know, reset every month and hope that every single month you get one of those events where one of your countries importing arms from you gets the -5 infamy event, and then you'll be good.
That sounds exhausting.
You can probably get enough countries that it's possible without doing that. I don't know.
I mean, I think it's still probably possible. No, it's probably not. You can conquer like 80% or 90%.
I need to get some lucky things like a Russia sway protectorate or something.
Oh yeah, that's true. You could get stuff like that. You have to get a lot of that. I guess the metagame would revolve around you intentionally trying to cause revolts as much as possible, because that's the context in which you can get those sways.
Yeah, like a couple weeks ago I got my luckiest game ever where I was playing the Ottomans and there was a Russia revolt where I hadn't taken like anything from Russia, but somehow they had a revolt where they were willing to become my protectorate.
Yeah, that's insane. I haven't rolled become protectorate on Russia in like forever, since like I think before patch 1.6 where they really nerfed the AI being willing to do that. Like back when the metagame was you always went for the massive Florida men army and you'd sway for everything, because there was like an unlimited threshold for army size or whatever, rather than plus 50 being the cap. Someone hacked Generalist Discord and leak everything. Not like this. Is your NDA written one or per word? I don't even know what that means. What's one mechanic from Vic 3 you'd like to see in Project Caesar? Dynamic prices, I think, is the most interesting thing in Victoria 3, and that's already going to be featured in Project Caesar. So like this. It's actually featured a little bit differently in Project Caesar, in that the upper rung is way less of a deviation from base price in Victoria 3 than it will be in Project Caesar, because this is only 75% more. But in Project Caesar, what it'll be is like, I think by the end of the last age, you can go from minus 20% to plus 500%, and both are 5x, right? So 5x the lowest price gets you base price, and 5x the base price gets you the highest price possible. So that allows some stuff to just be insanely profitable, which Victoria 3 doesn't allow in the same way.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of interesting.
Yeah, but at the same time, you also have like you just don't get the good if there's not enough goods in the market, is my understanding. And it really negatively affects output a lot, rather than being able to buy fake goods when they're at the like plus percentage price. So
Yep.
I don't know if it's harder to stimulate those upper run prices than it is relative to Victoria 3.
Well, you just really can't afford to run high prices, I think.
It depends on all the
Shortage
PMs.
effects on your buildings is really bad.
It depends on the buildings, though, too. Like, if the buildings have PMs similar to Victoria 3, yeah. If the buildings have just, like, insano PMs, then no. But,
I mean, I'd assume that everything is balanced around it being profitable at 0% price.
Maybe. Some pop demands are also going to be... Like, if pops demand spices, and spices are plus 500%, that would be a way that you could have really expensive stuff if it's not feeding into a PM, but feeding into pop need.
I tried to invade Danubia, and Italy has joined against me again.
Womp womp. Orpheus says that in Victoria 2 there's an event that just gives you minus 10 infamy. Yeah, that sounds like the events that in Victoria 3 where you have the border disputes or whatever in Africa that are just extremely annoying.
Oh yeah, those events are so stupid.
I don't think they're the worst events of the game, but they're like really obnoxious.
I really hate when I'm just like alt-tabbed out of the game looking at Discord, and then you get a random event that the default option is to take like 15 infamy.
Yeah, that's not the vibe. I'm losing too much money right now.
You need to go import small arms from everyone. No one has small arms for me to buy. The Pastures don't have interest anywhere. I need interest in better places.
Gotta build up a navy.
And France can sell the guns.
The Germans are so evil, they're trying to declare independence from my country.
Oh wow, I'm already bolstering the liberal movement and they still haven't started influencing the landowners yet.
Yeah, like 9%.
There's considerably
Surely,
more.
they got 13% support is a... It says there... Oh, you've got this... So, the problem is you have 3 movements pressuring your landowners, and
Yeah.
each group can only be pressured by 3 movements at once. So you need to find whatever they're least pressured by and suppress it.
Yeah. I started suppressing what they were most suppressed by, but yeah, you were correct. Better to go for the least. Or I guess I dislike the pro-slavery movement. I'm not playing super tight here. I'm also like kind of out of it because I have a fever. U4 used to have dynamic pricing. I don't recall that. When did they have dynamic pricing? Back when it was released and then Paradox removed it because it wasn't really fun to interact with? I don't recall that at all.
Yeah, this is true, I believe.
Really?
This was like back before anyone played it, really. I think the player numbers were way lower back then, but...
I played it
yeah,
since
I think
release.
At first it did.
Or I played it on release, not
I don't
since
know,
release.
I remember seeing some video on like original U4. They had like all the content creators playing it, and I think I remember something like this.
Yeah, what someone just builds a bunch of the... Well, I guess actually, if you're not building the RGOs yourself, it is kind of obnoxious, isn't it? And something that, a trade good that gets really profitable, you have more of it and then it like sinks in price. I guess maybe it doesn't fit that much. You don't have as fine-tuned control without being able to build the RGO like you will be able to in Project Caesar.
I made the mistake of trying to trick the AI to attack me by taking my troops off the front and then putting them back on, and it's backfired a lot.
You don't say.
The troops did not get back on the front very fast.
Those tricks are a lot better when you can reload the game.
Yep, they are.
Oh my.
Uh-oh.
This is now an insignificant power. The European Union has been disbanded.
The big Sag. Everyone else in the call has been quiet. Bengal
It's
and
over for Poland.
Bengal and Iberia are cooking. Warper brings
I'm
up
not
the
cooking.
event where you can spend an obligation to get -10 infamy. Yeah, you can reroll for that. That event's so good. So in theory, you should, like, in a theoretical run, like perfect run, you would also, I think you can bankroll, cancel bankroll, and still get the obligation tick, right?
I'm pretty sure the obligation is on the month or on the week tick, so you can't.
Oh. You can still re-roll it every week, though, if you wanted to.
Yeah, you can reroll all the months till you get obligations with everyone you want once a month. But the small arms way of getting infamy reduction is just way better.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, you would be doing both in theory. Right?
I think you can get enough infamy decay from just one. You like get a bunch of subjects, grant them their own market, so they're forced to import small arms from you. Can I reoccupy West Slovakia before I get enforced?
Century of humiliation. Orpheus says they had dynamic pricing back in 1.6. You can still play 1.2 and check it out. Oh, interesting. It was not limited by consumption, so it's basically a lever on how many provinces produce one particular good, which made New World colonies extremely rich at the start, and then they would fall off.
In general, do you want slavery?
Or are you going to ban slavery on me?
Yeah, do you want to be banned slavery?
I feel a trap. I feel like War Reps is going to get included in here.
What's a war rap? I've never heard of those.
I smell a trap. I really can't, like, resist if someone wants to start beating me up. I think I'm the weakest person in the lobby. Yeah, no one else is playing some weak, backward African country. Actually starting a war, I'm not even sure if I win.
Oh yeah, Congo has more troops than you.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Gotta spam all the enlistment efforts. That's what I've been doing this whole game, basically.
Hey, I have a sneaking suspicion maybe I shouldn't learn from watching you in this session.
You sure? I think I'm doing really good, you know?
I also don't have enlistment efforts yet.
Oh yeah, you need the mandatory service tech.
Iberia's being a pal, giving military service, falling in on their own sword so they can boost my tiny, tiny military at great expense to themselves.
The French reaction revolt almost wants to be my protectorate.
Womp womp for Mr. Bombastic.
Only 25 off.
Bro, I'm playing at France. Like, I get a revolution every 5 years. It's normal.
Yeah, that seems fair, you know. I think we'll just quickly improve with the revolution, you know, and then we'll see.
That's treasonous talk.
No, I don't think it's treasonous. How about you just accept that, okay?
I can win this. Oh, you want to?
Saying you don't want to become my protectorate?
No. That is treason.
I think North Germany should have something to say about that.
That's not treason.
Shiny, are you feeling better? No, I'm a little bit feverish right now. Kind of out of it. And I'm feeling... Oh, my bad. Sorry. I saw some spaghetti. I forgot we have a lobby. I think I have boats. Oh my god. I actually have to try and not lose this war, I think.
Maybe you had less slavery, you'd win the war.
I feel like there's a trick in there somewhere. I'm not sure
I
exactly
don't
what the
really
trick
try.
is, but because I don't play enough multiplayer, but I smell a trap.
Oh my god, we're
Just
losing
like
so bad.
perma-occupy everything but I forget what the... Oh, Jesus, I'm actually getting shit on in this war. Why are they so much stronger? Do they just have a better mil tech than me? Well, they have 14...
They have more militaries than you.
I know they have...
You have 34 battalions, you have 14.
Yeah, the conscripts aren't conscripting up fast enough.
Oh, someone offered me a sway and I didn't realize it. Oh, re-sway.
Womp womp.
Hey, Poland, if you offered free support instead of blackmailing me with protectorate, you would have actually gotten something in the return, you know? I'm just saying.
Well, would have that something been in return? A polite thank you?
Thank
Unspeakable
you.
value.
Maybe some depths, maybe some
Many
things.
is always good. A little bit of, what is it? The war support does kind of help out. It looks like I'm kind of pulling this war back, though. Here.
Yeah, they've got enough war goals on you that you shouldn't be capping out. You got like 50% more power projection now.
Yeah, the conscripts started conscripting up. Because they still have a bigger military. I think I just have more cavalry and we both have irregulars. That's probably what's going on. I could make this army just entirely horses and it would land instantly. God, the organization thing is such a stupid mechanic for the landings.
I mean, I think it's made so that your armies don't try to land when they're gonna lose, but if there's just 0 defenders, then it shouldn't do that.
Yeah. That's fair enough. I mean, even then I don't think it should be 100%.
I mean, due to the minus 25% from difficult landing, like any minus percent to your offense is really catastrophic.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, what it should do is it should do a balanced power calculation of some sort. And if you have, like, a near certainty of winning, it should just land with however much org it has. And if it would be slightly close, it should just, yeah, wait until it has max org. I don't know. It's very obnoxious when there's no defenders. But also there shouldn't be no defenders. Like, it's obnoxious in light of, like, another system really not operating the way it should. But they added defenders, which is fine.
Yeah, it'd be cool if there was, like, some base defenders in every state based on its population or something.
Yeah, like irregulars.
like 0.01% of a strategic region's population gets converted into defenders. So 1% times 1 million. What's that? It's 100 defenders. Okay, maybe 0.1%. So you get 1 battalion per million troops. Or per million pops. That would mean China has 200 base defenders in South China and 100 in North China.
I mean, you could make it local
Yeah,
to
per
the state rather than the region. Local per state would almost certainly be better because it's not like the people in Yunnan would have been defending the coast. Right, like, it should be just state local. And then you could probably do like 1%. Right? The people from the mountainous interior of China would not be defending the coast, but if it was 1%... Oh my god, my brain.
So you'd fight... If you were to land like Beijing, you'd fight 150 battalions, but if you were to land a little bit less big, you'd fight quite a bit less.
Beijing would be 150?
Yeah.
At
1% of 15 million is 150,000.
Maybe 0.1% still then. So you fight like, in kind of European states where there's 1 to 2 million, you fight like 1 to 2 battalions of irregulars. You could probably also just introduce the workforce ratio on it too. Revolution every 5 minutes, that's biblically accurate, France. Mr. Bombastic stuff right here. Olonel says I may have poked China, they may have won. Uh-oh.
There's no way the liberals or the conservatives, they're gonna get a revolution either way.
Another one? The good old double rev strat. It's so good. You go bankrupt.
It's like a revolution stalemate right now. We're just sitting on the front line.
You just reset.
Yeah, you got the bankruptcy penalty.
Yeah. You just reset the bankruptcy penalty and the infamy. It's so good.
Yeah, bro, it's so good. Try playing France. It's so good.
So good. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Poland is not doing well.
I'm actually doing horribly. I think I'm gonna bankrupt.
I mean, you picked one of the worst countries on the map, so... $3.8 million debt is really painful when
No,
you're
yeah, I didn't even notice how much like debt I had until just now. There's actually like not a good way to rake it back, man. You should just let me bankrupt Iberia. Iberia being a pal. Thank you, Ghost.
Wait, Ghost is taking our debt?
Yeah.
I've been taking his debt.
You know, if someone offers to take on your debt, that's the perfect opportunity to nationalize all your buildings.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So actually, France is paying for all of it. God damn it.
God damn it. Do they take on the amount that they agreed to take on, or do they take the amount that you have when you accept it?
They take on the amount you have when you accept it, but it can't bankrupt them. If it will bankrupt them, then it refuses to let you press the yes accept button.
Gotcha. That's devious. You're just like, hey, I have 1 million in debt, will you accept it? They send it to you, and then you nationalize everything. It's like fucking 5 million. Ghosty's response is, France never said he needed money. Feel like that's kind of implied.
I need weapons right now. I need soldiers.
I don't know, I don't think France needs money. They're in default, so they can lose some more money.
It's actually a well-planned strategy. This defaulting all the revolutions.
Is it?
Why,
Yeah.
why does Spain own half your buildings,
Never
France?
see it coming.
What's going
Maybe
on?
half of your buildings is just peak France gameplay.
You need ammunition, not money.
Why have in your buildings when you can just not, right? Well, now that he owns his country, he's no longer in default. Dang.
Why would you
Take a look.
refuse take on debt, Spain?
It gives
Are
him
you afraid
obligation.
of something? You're afraid of an obligation? I wouldn't. It's inevitable. I'm France. I have the strongest military. It's inevitable. Just accept
No,
it.
you got the weakest military.
Ghost says, because I can't, you have too much debt. Womp womp. You have one interest now.
Amazing.
The playing in Africa is always slow. I normally don't do it on stream because like it takes several hours to get the run off the ground.
Yep. Always a bit of a struggle playing in Africa.
Much better for a video run where you could just do the really boring part in like 2 minutes of the video. Oh, I forgot I have like all national owned buildings right now. Like probably could have sold those to get out of debt too. Yeah, if you're not a GP, that's one
Yeah,
nice
you got a
thing.
big investment.
Yeah. If you're a GP, you kind of don't care about interest rate, but if you're not a GP, that is a reason to sell off, even if the buildings get less profitable at your current GDP level. Just not paying the interest is worth it by a big enough margin.
Yeah.
Man, I was planning on restoring France to greatness using like a second bankruptcy, but my allies don't wanna take on my debt, which was gonna go down the toilet anyway.
Yeah, Occitania is not too
Occitania is
happy.
about ready to declare
Yeah. I was looking at
They
the
got
same
Italy
thing.
supporting their independence, the strongest country on earth, you know.
Wait, don't support their independence. Why would you do that?
No, Italy is.
Italy?
Italy's been running over the Italy
is
AI.
It's the best AI ever.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine this mod just buffs one AI specifically? And it just buffs Italy. Mod's made by an
Italy,
Italian.
Italians, while everyone else has none.
Do they
Oh,
actually
I
have they
don't know.
actually added construction? They have a ton of battalions.
I don't know. They just started with 90 battalions and they've been sticking at 90 battalions forever.
They have for behavior their AI behavior role. They rolled expanded resource industries in economic imperialism, so they probably actually did build a bunch of construction too.
I assume they don't have that much. I'm looking at their states to see if I can see how much construction they have.
France complains.
I don't even see a single state they're constructing in.
They've been robbed by their allies.
Where are they constructing? I've looked in every single state that they own.
I hate that you can't check
there's
the
one.
UI.
85
easy.
construction. They actually have a decent amount. They're using like 50. They just downsized. Now they have 73.
Wild.
Oh, it got out of debt? It was in a lot of debt originally because it's wars with me. I'm gonna get on per capita soon. That's gonna be an extra 6K income, which is actually nothing. My balance is so bad.
Well, maybe it's something to do with losing those wars.
Hey,
I won all
France
the
here.
wars.
I might have another revolution.
You're actually speedrunning like revolutions. I don't think I've seen an AI have more revolutions than this, to be honest.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
It's like the liberals get mad, the reactionaries get mad.
Do you just have?
You're
Do you have
abolishing the
French?
monarchy?
Do you have the French content with? Do you have all the French content?
He doesn't have divided monarchists, seemingly.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because if you don't have the French
I'm
content, this
trying to
is
pass
very
the
well.
Republic. Of course you're getting a revolution.
But the people demand a parliamentary republic. I cannot.
No, they don't.
Is
Go
that
on.
RP the people demanded, or is that in-game people demand it? It sounds like that might be an RP. The people demanded. Indonesia completely screwing me over in Manchuria. I think Indonesia is a human player, is it not?
Indonesia is.
Yeah. That's
No,
That's a
no,
diplomacy
no.
problem.
I'm not screwing you over. I declared this war first.
Hey.
It's you trying to break my war goals.
Wow.
Indonesia's having none of it.
Unbelievable.
Looks like it's a race. Looks like Indonesia's winning. Hey, for the two good states, and
I
Japan
can
has declared
confirm that Indonesia started
the
the
two
war
good
first.
states. It's gonna be whoever occupies the capital first, actually, just wins this. No, wait. Or if Indonesia can occupy both the other states. Indonesia has much more modest war goals here.
Or if all of the states get occupied, then it will go to whoever declared the war first, which is Indonesia.
Oh, interesting. I realize that's how
If all
that
states are
works.
occupied, it will
Yeah.
instantly capitulate in all wars it's in. And it goes to whoever declared the war first.
That makes sense to do it like that.
At first I thought it was based on some like internal country codes, but it seems to just be based on whoever declared it first.
You find that out playing multiplayer?
No.
When does that come up? I feel like that comes up very infrequently.
Conquering Brunei and then the Dutch East Indies declaring for it every time. Like if you play Japan, you can just conquer Brunei and then
Oh.
eventually DEI will conquer it for you.
Yeah, yeah. Got it. That makes sense.
Did
Yeah,
you see
Japan's
the
a
exploit I
weird
discovered
one.
yesterday?
No, what was it?
If you get cut down to size, you can add war goals in the
Oh,
cut down to
yeah.
size war.
I did
and
see
you can
this.
enforce them and reset to 0 infamy, but you still get the war goals.
Yeah, I did see this. That's super cute. That's not something I think I'll utilize, but like, it's very funny. And that makes it, like, in
Yeah,
theory, you
no,
could
I
get,
really
like,
use it.
free war goals if you don't mind, like, completely destroying it. Like, I don't think it's worth destroying everyone's relations with you to that extent that you would need in order to properly abuse that. And stay low
I managed to
infamy.
do it as Argentina in like a year.
Yeah, but
England. So why
Well, I
did you
guess not a
join
lot of people have
Germany?
interest down there. Maybe that is worth it. That's like such a strange way to start a run.
You know, for EIC, 1 year into the game, very balanced.
I lost the revolution.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't
You
know.
lost the revolution?
If I want to play free EIC, I'll roll back to 1.5. Iberia's being a pal. Just
I can't believe this. How dare Iberia be a pal?
actively just carrying me while I just like play really poorly. I'm not even answering questions anymore. Also, have China fighting me, so probably not going to wait for an East Siberia truce. That's
Yo, France is a republic. Everyone's clap.
Unacceptable. We must regime change France.
Lycian kind of comes. Whoa, what is that?
That's a Discord soundboard.
Jesus. I didn't realize. Lycian says, "Hi, Journalist Gaming. Have a nice stream. I have a quest. You have a quest. It sounds like you have a question, but you have a quest about economic dominance, a strong market quest. What GDP requirements is it based on? Is it GDP per capita or one-time pass GDP requirement also increases? I think it's share of the world GDP.
I think it's 40% of world GDP.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've like taken a look at that, but I think that's what it's based on. So you have to own a lot.
Indonesia's losing to Japan in the Manchuria War.
Not like this.
Oh. Fighting Japan.
Wait, no. Manchuria refuses to cap out of the Japan War, even though they occupy the capital? What?
Interesting.
The capital is in Korea.
So is it just so neither side can get the cap until they occupy the whole thing and then can go to Indonesia?
I think I landed.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah, because you can't. You have to occupy
The
all your
army
war
has no
goals.
manpower. So
Okay, someone else occupying the war goal means you don't get it even if you occupy the capital.
Womp womp.
I had no clue about this interaction.
I don't know. I don't know how this works.
I think that's how, I can't remember. There's like so many things I used to know that I just can't remember anymore.
Oh, it looks like
A lot of it, like,
Manchuria is taking things back from Indonesia. No.
there's so many ways your like war goals could get bricked that are just really frustrating. I think that's one of them. So I think Indonesia gets one state they asked for, and everything else is going to go to Japan, right? Or maybe not.
No, it should. It's good. Both states are going to go to one person.
Okay.
I don't know which person both of them are going to, but it's going to be the same person.
I guess in theory, Japan wants to stop occupying and not full occupy.
Yeah, they should.
Sorry, Indonesia, for saying it out loud.
Oh wait, now Manchuria is capping out of the Japan War. Is their capital not South Manchuria? What? Where's their
Why do you
capital?
guys make military?
It's in Korea. It's a Yangho.
Military power.
Yangho. That's interesting.
What was your question?
Well, I guess Japan wins then.
Yeah, you just stop occupying. Oh nope, Indonesia's landing. Ayo, let's go.
Oh, but Manchuria has a defense.
I'm slow.
Oh, but the Japan player is still pushing. Oh, Manchuria's about to cap out of the Japan War. Not long.
Oh, it's so close. It's so close.
Japan wins. Or wait, what? Indonesia wins. Huh? Why did Japan get those states?
Because they got full
They had
occupied.
those war goals.
They had war goals on the
They did.
other states too.
Yeah.
They're not just isolated.
Japan is not very happy in chat.
Shouldn't have occupied the whole thing.
turn some of this up. I don't think he did. I think the landing got in. I'm not sure on how that worked, though.
Well, he got 75% of the way to occupying it, so the landing only needed 1 battle.
Well, he stopped pushing too late, then. I guess if he kept the push on, it was bad. Completely landlocked, yeah. It might even be better to release the subject.
The subject's gonna be super disloyal. You should just make a deal with Indonesia, surely, where you give northern Manchuria for North Dylan or something.
Yeah, that would make sense. If you, like, wait for it to rev, you can just violate sovereignty of them anyways. Oh man, we should be researching something. Japan says they have to go in 30 minutes anyways. That is some consolation. Sorry, guys. Oh, I got the government admin upgrade. I didn't even notice.
Starting without that government administration upgrade is so much pain.
It is. Like, everything about playing in Africa is just super pain. It's like, yeah. Or just like, there's so many texts that you forget are like texts. Like when you start without being able to use iron tools, or when you start without being able to just use sawmills, rather. You're just like,
Yep.
Can't even discover gold.
You no ability to rivalry people.
I didn't even realize that one, but yeah. That makes sense too.
If you start with the terrible pet countries, I forget if you don't you start with one of rationalism or urbanization. So you either can't build construction sectors or you have 0 literacy. Yeah.
Isn't it both?
No, you start with one.
Oh, you don't have
each of the
urbanization.
categories.
You don't have urbanization?
Yeah.
No,
I think you start with rationalism, but I think you don't start with rationalism. You start with urbanization.
Oh, okay. Not having urbanization would be wild.
It's like the Caragua and stuff. They start the game with 0.4% literacy.
It's just like, those runs are so uncomfortable to play. I mean, this has kind of been uncomfortable in North Africa, but I've also been, like, talking a lot in a way that's, like, not relevant to what I'm doing. How's everyone else doing? Let's maybe go through it.
New England's doing really good.
Yeah, Connor's kind of struggle busing a little bit. Overall, taking a lot of territory, though.
Not many power blocks I see.
13 million
I wish
GDP.
there was like
There's not many people who've made it out of minor power status, is why.
England getting played by Brooks, who released Wales. Let the Welsh do their own fate. I don't understand his... What was that GDP jump from? Wait, what? I'm so confused.
Hey, Balkans, you better turn this power block into a trade league or we're gonna have a problem.
That
Power block is a
GDP
trade
spike
league.
was because I lost the revolution.
Oh, you lost the revolution and then you switched?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. That makes sense then. I was looking at your chart and I was like, I can't make sense of this. I don't understand what that would have been. Iberia is kind of having a reasonable looking come up. Indonesia, busy.
Yeah, Iberia's doing real well.
That's even with bailing me out. Indonesia looks like they're doing pretty
They're
solid.
in 10 million
There's some
debt
gold.
though, so not great.
Like half of that's mine. And now I have 1.3 million in surplus. I wish you could send people money. Japan is probably doing okay. Yeah, recent come up.
That's one of the things that multiplayer balance in Essentials
start.
does. It lets you send money to people.
Yeah, in like flat amounts. Bengal, I know.
The
is
problem
doing
with the
really
ability
good.
to send money, once you were out of the casting, what happened in the future sessions is everyone was sending money to each other to reset default penalties.
Yeah. So you just, well, you shouldn't be allowed to send people money to enter a default. Well, I guess you could just do it right
Yeah,
before and
you
then...
have one player who's out of default, and then they send money to the other players.
And then they go
periodically,
into
so, like,
default,
once the default
yeah.
penalty gets like minus 10% or something.
Yeah, no, that makes 100% sense. God, it's so gamey. No, it makes sense, though. That's what you should probably do. New England's players doing pretty good, it looks like. They subjugated Canada after taking a big chunk of Canada. They have New England. Released Oregon. Let's see the Balkans player. Took a big chunk out of Anatolia. It's kind of been quiet. France has been revving this entire time. North Germany's been a little quiet. Took a chunk out of the Rhine, though.
You know, we're gonna
Yeah,
have a
you
problem
got
with
German
the
leadership
Balkans
from
now.
South Germany.
Oh, that's substantive as well. They're the
Yeah,
number
when I
one
declared my
grade
war to conquer
GP.
Bohemia and stuff, he joined my side for German leadership.
Oh man.
We're gonna have a problem with the Balkans and with the Germans. They gotta stop with this military blah 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 power block.
Has the Caucasus done a war?
I don't think so. Their GDP is going up though.
Hey yo, a trade war.
They're building tall in Georgia.
Hey, can I, the Caucasus, try to join the Bengal Trade League?
Nobody's.
Bengal, can you help me with that?
Oh my god. Geography's hard. Spelling's harder.
Is it?
Yeah. It's not titled Georgia. Alright.
Yeah, it's called Tiflis.
Yeah. I got it like kinda right the first time. My brain. One of the problems with the Caucasus states is the state construction efficiency modifiers.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's kind of a rough way of handling some of this stuff. France is a trade league. Interesting. Wait, what? France has
France
no league.
is currently a minor power because I don't know, man. Shit happens.
Several revs, bankruptcies. Just the huge. Oh, yikes. Being a dum-dum here. No.
But you know what? Let me announce this. France is currently mostly aligned with Spain because they believe in freedom, unlike everyone else in Europe.
Who doesn't believe in freedom? Who believes in freedom least?
I believe in
The
conquest.
Germans don't. The Balkans don't.
I believe in freedom, but I just need the vassalization.
I really believed in freedom.
Vassalization sounds
Europe-
like the opposite of freedom, to be honest.
Vassalization is very free.
Don't worry, it's just
Counterpoint.
pixels, bro. Just pixels.
It was free for me.
Yeah. You haven't considered how much free stuff I got from vassalizing them in your calculations.
Yeah, it's a different kind of free. Free for me, but not for thee.
Basically.
Look at that. Spain created a trade league. Very based.
I actually think that this...
Germany created a military blah blah blah. And so did the Balkans.
This mod is pretty
No, they
interesting.
created a
from
sovereign
multiplayer.
empire.
What a good. Yeah, that's even worse.
No, sovereign empires are based, you see.
Based for the leader, not for everyone else.
Is everyone else the AI?
What about AI?
He said everyone else. It isn't pleasant, but everyone else is just AI. No one is protectorated to anyone, the player.
That's true. Who is the winner? I don't think we're playing for any type of win.
I think the winner is North Germany.
It's gonna be the last man standing. And it's not gonna be North Germany, I can guarantee it.
The winner might be Italy.
But have you considered that North Germany has better in every single capacity except for population than Italy?
I think Italy actually has had a pretty strong come up.
You know, I can just build like 50
I guess
more
they start
divisions
pretty
right
strong.
now.
God, I need railways so bad, man.
You know, I remember it. I invited...
Generals, you can just become my protector and then I'll build some railways in you.
Sounds like a wonderful plan.
Yeah, what could
You know-
possibly go wrong?
The freedom-loving people of France invited Germany to the Freedom Union, and they refused.
How dare they?
We're gonna remember that.
They refused to be
We
free,
still
so we're
remember.
gonna force them to be free, right?
Yes, exactly.
Wait, England is a protectorate of the Rhine?
Someone's cooking.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Oh no.
Someone's cooking. Hell yeah.
Yo, England, you wanna become my protector instead?
Don't,
Depends how you
don't,
value
it's a
freedom.
bait.
I love
It's a bait.
freedom.
Don't do it. There's more options than this.
Finally, the Europeans start talking to each other. For those of you joining the
The
stream.
only
Oh, God.
true freedom Europeans are the French and the Spanish right now. Nobody else.
Classic Western European elitism.
I can't believe you could say such a thing like this.
The other European players are North Germany, Poland, Balkans,
Alright, just watch. Just watch.
and England.
If you look
Go
at
ahead,
the
England.
name of my religion
We're
law, it
fine.
clearly says that I'm
England.
very free, unlike you guys who are not free.
Your religion law?
Yeah.
Maybe you have to be.
Doesn't laissez-faire
Freedom
also
of conscience.
translate? Isn't there free in that translation? What's the literal translation of laissez-faire? Doesn't it mean freehand?
I think it's like carefree.
I think it means let it go or something.
I don't know, if you look
Yeah.
at all the names of my trade laws, we've got laissez-faire, which is basically laissez-free, and then we got free trade, we got freedom of conscience.
Oh, means let it be. That sounds pretty free to me.
Exactly.
You know,
Everyone
state
should just
religion
realize
is a
Polish
fact.
freedom supremacy.
If you convert, state religion is
Hey,
a fact.
Poland, how do you
because
feel
last
about
25
Germany?
We're fine with Germany, you know. Germany's pretty big.
I'm just asking.
The
because
translation is Germany's too
something happens.
scary to...
My
Means let
GDP just
do.
keeps on dropping, so
How do you manage that one?
I don't know.
That is some wizardry. Are you building into negative infrastructure?
No, all my states got infra.
Wait, actually, how do you actually make
we're
it go
spiking up
down?
GDP again.
How do you make it actually
We're
go
up to
down
13.
when you're building buildings?
I think I'm privatizing too much, so my investment pool is shrinking or something. I don't know. Seems really weird. I feel like Silesia should have had more at the start of the game than it did.
I know the most pain I ever had was doing that one construction sector run. It did so bad on YouTube. It was like doubly painful.
I mean, it was pretty surprising how small your growth was, I felt like.
It was surprising. It was, yeah, I mean, it was like,
how little you were able to grow.
it was like, yeah, I mean, it was virtually nothing because there's like zero construction for economic buildings. Oh. Oop. Because you have to dedicate all the construction.
That was Japan that left.
Oh, Japan, they said they had to leave. Okay. Who let Italy become a GP? No. Yeah, there was zero construction on economic buildings. And you know what that was on the early access patch. I was playing Austria, one construction sector, and they nerfed in that patch, and like they don't tell the creators like all the nerfs or whatever. They nerfed your ability to get small powers to get investment rights. So the entire premise of the run was entirely bricked as well. And it was just like a 100% suffer run.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way you gotta do that run is just have your entire country be subjects, and if you want to have a high GDP at the end, you just form Central Europe at the end or something.
England,
Yeah.
declare independence right now. That's an order.
I'm not sure how.
Just do
Just
it.
let me
Declare
transfer you as a subject,
independence.
okay?
I haven't played much with the power block stuff.
Yeah, so as long as you're okay with me just transferring you, you'll be good.
Germans.
Of the Rhine.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. It's so embarrassing.
They have a strong
really
trade
right now.
union.
Yeah.
What the hell?
So inside of the power block, it says that I need to have something with leverage.
No, you just click
you
it,
just
declare
declare
independence.
Click on,
Where?
what is it?
In the diplomacy tab.
Rhine, the Rhine. Click on the Rhine and tell them to fuck off.
His loyalty he has to be disloyal enough. Oh, he is.
He is disloyal.
I think you have to ask for raised autonomy first. If it's not above
Can't 'cause
90.
he's already at the highest autonomy level.
Oh, okay. You might have to ask for independence first if you're below 90. I'm not 100%.
Click diplomacy, then click overview, then
Oh,
click
no,
demand
I owe an
independence.
obligation. That's why.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, not even
Yeah,
light
okay, so
Willis.
just wait for me to transfer you as a subject, and then you'll be good. Oh, the stupid Rhine is
No,
improving
no.
relations with me.
Don't trust the Polish, they're gonna betray you.
Betrayal? What's that?
Like sitting in the call with you guys playing this game, I realise how little I know.
Tax increase.
So I'm just sitting here clicking buttons, make the profitable building, and then you guys are like, oh yeah, 1852, blah blah blah. I'm like, what?
1852. Whose portrait is behind you? I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, 1852?
I'm just making up a random number, but like you guys know the specific year that something needs to happen, and I'm like, what?
Does it? Not really. I think we had some pretty funny exchanges, France and England. At first we were like, fuck you, rivalry, and then we were like, yeah, we're friends. Right?
Are you talking about when you rivaled me right at the start?
Yeah, because you refused my...
Alright, so this is Hannibal Barca. Famous, Carthaginian general, who notably, at his most famous battle, killed like 1/3 of the adult Roman male population. That battle was the Battle of Cannae. And underneath it says, yes, we can, Of course, you know, a play on the yes, we can hope poster of Obama, except it's who we really hope for, Hannibal Barca.
Bring you back to the Western European Commonwealth. Am I right?
Sounds good.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like fraud to me.
I wouldn't trust the Polish. He wants to vassalize you. He's not even...
Yeah.
He wants to liberate you from the Rhine. What are you talking about?
Yeah, obviously.
Listen, Paul, once we get the economy sorted in Britain, then we'll start working out immigration and get you guys over here and get you working, alright?
No, I think you're all coming to Poland.
This sounds like the opposite of the
Yeah, we
hostile
will.
rhetoric I'm used to hearing in America. We're gonna get your foreign country to work. You're gonna come here. You're gonna immigrate. You're gonna like it. My brain can't even handle the reversal. Actual pure
England's
confusion.
protecting Dixie. They're gonna form America.
I don't think they
can't,
can.
Yeah, they can.
Nah, goddamn.
They're gonna have most of the American states, though.
It is something.
They're gonna slowly become the #1 great power. Oh, Bengal's actually been growing a lot. They're up to 35 million now.
Yeah, Bengal was quiet on some wars. It looks like they're maybe... Are they fighting Bombay right now?
Yep. They're tributarying Bombay.
Yeah. Oh, that's the play. You form India here, right?
Yeah, I mean, either you go for recognition or you just tributary them all and form India.
They already subjugated
If you
the
get
guy
recognized,
to the
you don't
left.
annex when you form India.
Recognition might be a little hard with without there being GPs. But Central India is already
It's called North
subjugated.
Germany and Italy.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, you try to get France on your side, and then you'll be good.
Is that E3PO? It's not.
Wait, what? Ooh. This is a very complex realpolitik game we're playing.
Where everyone insists
I'm
that they're giving freedom and no one in fact is.
That sounds pretty
It's a
realistic.
Contingent freedom.
Thank you for the follow, Tibet Fatoma. That's a big nice.
England, anytime. Come on, just do it. Just declare independence from the Germans. So easy.
You can't.
Yeah, there's an
What do you mean?
obligation with them.
Obligation. Is there any, I don't even...
God damn it.
You can just declare on the Rhine to liberate England. If the England player's okay with that. Well, I mean, you can do it even if the England player's not.
Who isn't? Who is not okay with being free? Am I right?
Pretty sure my opinion
Me.
doesn't matter here. There's the
I'll take
44th
some
break
freedom.
power. So,
I
nobody,
disagree
with
with
an
freedom.
nobody asked for Africa's opinion here.
You know, if you just want to become my protectorate, then we can take that instead of England. That'd be fair.
Huh?
No,
I thought
that's
we were
not fair.
forming,
England can
a new power
make
bloc.
their own choices. And their most rational choice would be to join the Western Commonwealth.
I'm sorry,
No,
are
I
you
think
both
their most
deciding
rational
whether-
choice would be to join the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Where's
No,
that?
exactly the opposite.
I didn't see a Poland-Lithuanian Commonwealth anywhere.
Yeah.
It's not a formable, is it?
It is, but I can't form it because I'm too out of a power rank.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
But I could move my capital and then release and play as a real Poland.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I think that on this mod, that's actually probably somewhat meta. Just a very weird, strange meta. We're probably gonna go for about another hour, everyone.
Okay.
So if you have any grand plans, there's your timeline.
Got 1 hour to implement my grand plans. All right.
It's not a large amount of time. Hopefully we get to see India and or Germany formed.
I don't think either of those are gonna form.
England.
Well, I mean, Rhine's getting beat up right now.
North Germany needs a ton of states to form Germany. They need South German AI to like them.
Cooperate, yeah.
We're going to war.
And India's probably not gonna have enough
It
time
was
to reduce
inevitable.
autonomy. Doing a good job of it, though. Bengal moving in silence, like lasagna. Player wants me to ask you
What?
when you're doing an Alaska run, Connor.
Okay.
I'm doing an Alaska run in 1 million years.
Is it Alaska run just actually a Turtle Island run? Because they can form Turtle
the plan is
Island.
to try to conquer Russia and form Russia.
Oh, that's cute. I didn't realize Russia was a formable. That's hilarious.
Oh, North Germany's in this war. Yeah, let's not join this war, actually.
Hey, you were about to join in the wrong side of this war.
Yeah, how do I switch?
Don't switch.
Poor Rhineland.
Yeah, fine.
General,
I'll just sit it out.
Yeah.
I think you should check the power blocks.
Better not be something racist. Coalition of States, Prussia Club, Athens Treaty, Trade League, Association of Syndicates, Greater Ohio, VOC but better, fair, Finanzament, I don't know what that means, I hope it's not racist. It's all black though, that's actually kind of weird looking.
Yeah,
look
you
at
can say
who's
a power
part of,
block to be
Greater
black, and
Ohio.
then it just comes all be the same color instead of having the pattern.
Like, you can barely read the text.
Hey, England, you better not send any troops helping, keep you enslaved.
That's good, don't worry.
Wow, North Germany's just building up the biggest military ever.
They're
No,
preparing.
I don't mind. We can be friends with them. Alright?
We can do business with these type of freedom people.
They believe in freedom. Currently, the Polish don't.
The Polish believe in lots of freedom.
No, they don't. If they did, they would have been in this war.
They were in this war.
No, I don't think so. I only see France and North Germany in this war. And Spain.
No, I was helping out the Rhine for a little bit.
No. You helping out the Rhine? Excuse me?
Yeah.
Sided and
Iran
then
is
said,
very
whoops, I
freedom-loving
didn't mean
people.
it. Very thankful that no war goals were set against him after he saw his way out of the play.
North Germany, I know which our next target is.
You guys are gonna have to get on that. You have a limited timeline. Oh my god, I can't get over how bad I think the decision to not have automatic subsidization on railways is. It actually just annoys me every single time. It's shocking how it has not stopped annoying me.
Railways must be subsidized.
That and the
Very, very annoying.
the change for colonization, where you need to make a port. It's also an
I like
annoying
the
one.
change. It means you can cut off the AI from colonizing now.
Because the AI is incompetent.
Yeah, you just gotta conquer Kenya or whatever, and then they can't colonize anymore. Because even if they've got things further inland, they'll just be frozen.
Or I don't hate that. I mean, well, I guess that's actually. No, that part does make sense. Because otherwise, yeah, they get to colonize inland even if they don't have port access. But the mechanics of you starting to colonize and then it makes zero progress because you don't have a port is just from a user perspective, clunky. It should auto queue a port. I'd be okay if it did that as well.
Yeah, that would be nice, I guess. I'm just used to it.
I still forget to put it in, and then I get really annoyed. Super close to break even? Not quite, though. Zervo says, infrastructure itself should earn more money, or at least transportation needs to be more profitable for profits. Well, good news. Next patch, they're introducing something like that, with merchant marine being a good that is consumed by trade centers that provides... It's kind of transportation, or it's providing transportation. It's not transportation itself, but the international transportation is going to be profitable. It's going to be a private building.
But railways are still going to be unprofitable.
Yeah, railways are still going to be unprofitable. Maybe. I mean, some of the agreements we might see some consumption of transportation in some instances. I'm not sure. All these... I don't know if that's a trappy Diplo agreement.
What Diplo agreement were you saying?
Defensive pact.
That's not a trap, that's just good business.
Yeah, maybe it was good business. No one's decided to run me over, which I'm pretty sure most of you guys can in this lobby, considering I have the weakest country start. Actually, Caucasus might be weaker.
Navy first.
Nice gold
Who?
mines.
Oh yeah, Caucasus. I mean, Caucasus probably has way better tech than you.
Yeah.
He's got more GP, I think.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah. It's hard to say with the gold. At a certain point, the gold is, better than what the Caucasus has.
The tech is just so good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't start out with prospecting, so I can't even discover the gold at game start. Meant for railways to not be perma-unemployed, because, yeah. The railways Well, railways got super overbuilt in Great Britain during this time period, and were actually not profitable, so that's like an interesting type of thing. Ultraweed says Hannibal, the loser of the Punic Wars, with salt all over him. I'm just gonna time him out. Feeling when you time the bot out.
Slander of the worst person ever.
Excuse you? I actually don't know how to unban people, so one of these days I'm gonna accidentally permo someone. It's one of these
I don't know
joke
really
bans.
either.
Hey, Germany, what do you say we destroy Poland after this war, huh?
Uh-oh.
No.
The coalition forms.
I will help for Poland.
Cotter plays nice one time in multiplayer and everyone dogpiles him.
Plays nice, like blackmailing me with protectorate. Okay.
This is,
It wasn't
this
so
is
black.
the...
It's a
is
great
a
offer.
very
You know,
amusing
you get access
timeline.
to my market. You know.
Oh yeah? You don't protectorate friends like that.
Why not? It's just a really good deal.
Well, it's clearly it wasn't a great deal.
You didn't even try it, so how can you know if it was a good deal or not?
Boo says, let's go for Poland. I assume Boo 91 is in fact ghost real. That would make sense for me.
Hmm.
Just like a gratuitous dogpile that doesn't do anything.
The Poles will stand by. I'm so ready to use my 296 conscripts.
No, it's gonna be inevitable.
It's inevitable? That's what a warmonger would say.
Is there anything we can do to stop
No,
these
that's what a-
tariffs?
That's what a realist would say. Am I right?
No.
Oh wait,
It's-
never mind, Ghost is Ghost. Who's Boo 91?
A random chatter who wants the war to start.
Yeah. Ghosty is
Oh,
guilty by
there's a tour right now.
association, because
Get him,
Ghosty's
get him.
in chat.
You know, why should we not kill you right now? You're at our feet right now. You don't have a negotiating anything, basically.
Well, you're also in the middle of fighting the Rhine, would be a reason.
Well, it's about to be done. That's not a problem. You know, Poland, you just started the war. We are sniffing down your back. What
You're
have you
sniffing
got
down
to
his
say
back?
first? Probably protect to you,
Awkward.
maybe. Protect Britain.
Wow.
And look, just like that, England is free, just like we promised. We all lie?
Back to where it was
Belgium
at the
is
start of the
unfree,
game.
though.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a Belgian problem there.
That's fine.
I wonder
No.
if these trains go from German trains to French trains when you conquer it.
Hey, Germany, you're #1 great power. Just protectorate Poland right now. We can bully him. I believe in you.
Poland even a minor? Oh, it is a minor. Yikes. Stranger
Oh, no.
danger.
You're not in a
New
good
England,
position.
Italy, and Balkans versus New England versus Italy, Balkans, and Poland.
Is it though? Is it?
Yep.
Let World 1 start.
I think we can make it work.
I'm not sure I understand this war.
Join, France. Join.
But I feel immediately debated because I entered a defensive pact and not even like 3 months later I was called in.
You can just break the defensive
that's right.
pact, yeah.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean that's
It's
probably what I should have done. I think it's more amusing for the stream if I join in. Kind of a little bit of more quiet on the stream though at this point. I'll probably run a poll afterwards,
Yeah.
see how people enjoyed the multiplayer. I think they prefer when I'm
Yeah, at least my
talking a lot
GDP is
more.
going up now.
Right before you get the business.
Hey, one of these days we'll finish invading Belarus and Dnieper.
Hey, Germany, the more we gotta declare war on Poland quicker. That's what I'm saying.
I think declaring on Poland would show that you are clearly not the side of freedom.
Well, it depends.
Depends how free your freedom is.
He's trying to free the ones oppressed by Poland.
The Polish have, until now, not been on the side of freedom. So I wouldn't really blame them. There you go. Oh no. That's their own country, not South Germany, Poland. Goddamn.
You join the defensive pact, now I protect you.
Now Occitania invades North Germany.
North Germany going for South
Yep,
Germany.
Occitania is taking a bankroll from South Germany.
Oh baby.
You know,
Oh,
we
and
got,
Scandinavia
we have
is
so much
joining the
freedom
war?
in France
Okay.
that we let them do whatever they want. That's the real reason.
You can't. That makes it so you can't help Germany out, right? Because your subjects on the other side.
No, you can force your subject out of the play to
Actually,
join,
yeah.
but it gives you a
You're
huge
correct.
relationship.
You
But
say you
I
can
think
force your
North
subject
Germany
out.
Can manage on their own.
Yeah, if you join the other side, it will force your subject out of the war, but it gives you like minus 50 relations with the subject.
Gotcha.
It's okay.
I think France has no interest. Yeah, France has no interest.
Womp womp.
Hey, what you're doing? I have an interest in you.
No interest
We
in
can
South
have
Germany
a
though.
reciprocal interest.
Mr. Bombastic got a lot more chirpy after he stopped rapping 15 times in a row. A lot more spicy now.
What happened to the war against New England?
Keep it stout.
Okay.
Someone from the chat says that laissez-faire gets translated in French as a version of non-interventionism. That's actually perfect for this game.
Mm-hmm. This is exactly what we believe in. The French.
I thought you were trying to intervene in
the
Poland.
Polish believe in it more.
When? Where? There's no such thing.
If you look at my laws, you see I have laissez-faire. I've had it since day one. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't believe you.
You don't
You
believe
don't
that
blame
that's his
me?
law?
I don't believe you. Laissez-faire. So what? What are you trying to do right now? Kill the Ukrainians? Sure. But
Connor, you want to go for Danubia?
I don't have much infamy, but yeah.
I can go for Protectorate on Anatolia, and you can join. Can you declare interest so I can call you?
You can call me regardless of my interest since we have an alliance.
Okay, let's go.
You're just worried about North Germany cutting you down to size? No one else can. Wow, North Germany is so much more prestige than everyone else. North Germany, are you running high gov taxes?
I can trade states if you want. I have a low info.
No, he is very low.
Oh man, that's crazy.
He just has 200 battalions, bro.
He has still line infantry though.
Wait, what? Doesn't he start with skirmish?
Nah, his capital starts in Saxony, so it's not Prussia.
What do you want? Sorry, I have to pause.
Weird.
What word do
He
you
has
want?
shrapnel artillery and skirmish.
Do you want the Bruza? What do you want?
Just
Oh, wasn't
call
there?
me with call ally, and then I can pick a war goal.
Okay.
Wait,
Well,
where
that sounds
did
sneaky.
Greater Ohio go?
My power level got too low. Too low.
No.
It was. Rest in peace, Greater
You want me to
Ohio.
conquer something for you, and I can trade states if you want. Like Wallachia.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I get Wallachia, you get northern Transylvania, so you have a border.
Okay.
Let's do it. Oh, I don't have an interest, 1 second. So, add your
I don't know if you're
war goal,
interested.
so
Your
pause
interest
it.
won't appear in time, I think, unfortunately.
If you add the war goal, it will.
I added
can
my
add
war
the,
goal already.
I can add war reps, I think.
Okay.
Also Anatolian.
Do you have enough? You don't. You just lost enough maneuvers to do it, I think.
Yes.
Oh
You need
yeah.
25 maneuvers, I
In
believe.
theory, you should
I'll
like
get something else if I can.
invite him, use all the maneuvers, and then he accepts. Right for the
Yes.
slight extra
Didn't appear in
maneuvers.
time, just appeared. Fuck. Sorry
Probably
about
have to
that,
pause to do that though. Unless you can click really fast. Oh man, I've let the economy get out of hand again. Not like this.
Poland will fix all your economic problems. Just
You
become
know.
a Polish subject and we'll take on your debt, you know.
At this point, that's somewhat tempting. Than just being a protectorate. Problem is what happens
and
after.
France is gonna do it for free without being a subject.
Cancel the dyes trade route. No. What will I do?
Give me your dies.
What a world.
You're in Poland, we really lack dies.
I have a minus 75 on dyes, so I actually... You don't have an interest near me, so I can't send you anything.
I'm putting an interest in South Africa.
Does anyone
The
want
dyes will
England
flow. Being a protectorate is based. It does... It's actually like...
Yeah, you can
It's
just
really
declare a
strong
war on
info.
everyone for me, and then I'll join all your wars, and then, you know...
You'll
I'll
just
be
feed
good.
me and do all the work? I don't know if that's how that's gonna shake out.
No, I mean, we just get to declare war on the world, and we'll lose all the wars, of course, but, you know, we can just be at war with everyone.
Oh, the Polish way. Italy
we're
will just
stuck.
join against every single war.
Super 4L.
Carthage is not Poland.
Who is that who left? Big Poland.
Super 4L, the person who was lagging.
Who are they
What
playing?
country was that?
I think that was Bengal.
I have no clue who Super 4L was playing.
Yeah, that was
That was
Bengal.
Bengal.
Let's see if he rejoins. I don't think he hasn't said anything in the chat.
Is there a quick way to buy back all my buildings?
You
Like,
can
Buildings,
sort.
building registry,
Yeah.
nationalize filtered buildings.
Yeah.
Why would you want to do that? Hey man, we got a
Because I want
investment
I
agreement.
want the money coming to my
We can't-
coffers.
We got an agreement. Come on, you can just buy my buildings. It's fine. I will allow it.
Yeah, but mine are nice and profitable.
What do you mean?
But-
Mine are
Having
A
said
having-
that,
lot
mine
of
are
them are owned by the Rhineland.
You can sort so that it's only by the Rhineland, I think.
Yeah, you can.
Big Poland, what is this, divergences? No, this is the mod where every strategic region starts out as a country. Looks
Okay,
a lot like
that's much easier,
divergences,
thanks.
though.
Yeah, just like Iberia is 2 countries in divergences. Yeah, there's
Like,
some really
China's
fun starts
more
in
broken up.
divergences. Provence can form Transalpina, which is France and Italy union.
Yeah. There's also, like, the... Oh, did you say the France and Italy? Or, no, there's the Spain-Italy,
Yeah.
like, combo.
Yeah, Aragon.
Yeah. I forget. There's a ton of formables. I think they haven't updated that mod in a while, though.
There's an update for 1.8, but I don't think it added much content.
They haven't updated the resources or the states. I think they're just not going to update the states. It's such a huge pain in the ass. Because they have unique states. So they have to, like, it's really hard to update. Oh, I'm going to go bankrupt eventually. Probably not before the end of the stream, though, so... Don't need to worry about it.
That's certainly one way to think about it. You see, you could just become my protectorate, make me a pariah, and then I'll take on your debt, and then I'll probably lose you anyway because I'll get cut down to size.
Perfect. How we drew it up. Only 2 coastal provinces, kind of rough for Poland. The fact that you're, like, limited by the number of coastal provinces is, like, such a weird constraint in terms of the amount of
I
navy
mean,
you
I haven't
can
actually
build.
built a port yet.
Yeah, but I just mean in the abstract, like, throttling the amount of navy you can build is a weird, like, abstraction.
Yeah, I remember in the multiplayer game, there's like, no one can win Navy unless they just have enough ports, pretty much.
Yeah. Like, Russia's like a navy superpower in multiplayer because you have so many states on the coast. When in, like, historically speaking, they were tremendously weak because they had no warm weather ports that didn't have to go through, like, the strait. I forget what it's called. Bosphorus?
Yep, the Bosphorus.
And so, like, Russia should actually just have, like, the weakest navy position out of, like, the GP. Well, maybe Austria. Not in terms of starting boats, but, like, strategically. But instead they have the strongest. And the amount of ports for markets, too, yeah. Russia gets way more ports for shipping than they should with the frozen over ports in the winter.
and Britain doesn't get enough ports at all, you know, if you just play India as a British subject, you'll eventually run out of market access.
Yeah. Even when Britain maxes out their ports, even with the bonuses, to some extent they get a little bit extra because they have like London Docklands and natural harbors in a bunch of spots, but it's not enough. Just the raw numbers of like states.
Hey yo, the Polish GDP is skyrocketing. We've passed Iberia.
Stonks. Do you isolate your market?
Hey, want me to fix that?
No, I have not isolated my market.
Want me to fix that? Again.
Man,
I don't even have a market isolate state to put it in.
man's throwing threats around when there's only 30 minutes left in the session.
Unbelievable.
You gotta get on
30
that.
minutes is enough for a major war in Europe.
Is there
I
any
think
reason
that's a
why you can't
Napoleon
keep it
quote.
going?
Connor, can you
Is there any
accept-
reason? I guess we could keep it
accept
going.
this deal?
I mean, I don't know if I want to.
Thank you.
I think I want to eat and take a nap, but I guess I could leave my computer on and just like shut down the stream.
Does it not transfer host?
Huh? Oh, if it
Does it not
transfers
transfer
host,
host?
if it transfer host, you guys could keep playing without me. Yeah.
It won't transfer host, but someone could if they want. But I don't
Yeah,
think
you guys
it's
could
gonna
you guys
happen.
could organize that if you want. I'm super okay with that.
Yeah.
I just will
I'd
be
love to see how this ends.
I just will be kind of done, yeah. Plus I have like other stuff I need to work on. I need to release videos, but like I've been trying to sleep like 12 hours a day to like get over this being sick.
What is it gonna be? Western Europe versus Poland and the Balkans? They stand no chance, so it's kind of pointless. Obviously, we're gonna win.
This is propaganda by the West Germans.
True.
Jeez, you're a professional army with the like all conscript army. I looked at it and I assumed you're on national militia.
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a couple of conscription decrees in our country.
Just like you're just keeping them on.
Yeah, we're fighting a lot of wars, so we need the conscription.
I guess that's the way to do it if you start with 0 military in this game. Or in this, like, a bunch of people start with 0 military. I didn't start with 0 military, though. I don't know. I should have declared war on Niger forever ago. Oh wait, their army's huge. Just kidding. That's a huge mistake. Alright.
Huh? Yeah, it's over for Poland, unfortunately.
I'm glad you admit it publicly.
My diplomats told me it was the only way.
You just back down to the initial request.
Basically.
It's like another thing that's like wrong with the Diplo play and multiplayer. It's like kind of non-functional. If like you can just back down, you can't choose to have a big proper war. What is this? Alright.
It must be done.
It must be attempted, I guess. Must be attempted.
Oh my god, what is he doing? It's crazy.
Last 30 minutes. Of course, I have to put in war reparations because the game's freaking stupid.
Do you actually have a chance? Let's see.
Yeah, no, I have a
No,
very good
not
chance.
really. I don't really have a chance. No! Italy!
No, we're not even gonna intervene. We're just gonna let you fail. That's what we're gonna do.
No.
Can you... Okay, there we go. I know how to brick your wargle nice. Nice and good.
No. There's no way you can hit unrec major. Oh, I have to conscript so I don't become a no, actually, I don't need to stay a major. You're still unrecognized, so I'll still be ahead of you.
Yeah.
Never mind. You need to build a couple boats so we can actually have any chance. Oh. Are you gonna try to become someone else's protector?
Try to.
I'm pretty sure that transfers it. Yeah, now it's a transfer wargle.
Yeah, but you gotta do it on them, right? Oh,
Nope,
taking my capital
apparently-
works. Yeah.
I found out this is just how it works now. You have to steal the subject.
You just have to take the capital now. Yeah, it's funnier though that I become his subject.
No, the Caucasus are in the war too. The World Coalition against Poland, except it's none of the good powers.
Wait, how is that not a primary... Oh, they got investment rights on me. I thought they were asking for Polish investment rights. Alright. I still think if they don't park any... I think I still lose if they don't park any military in my country.
Don't worry, we'll just wait for all of these guys to hit minus 100 war support, and then we'll naval invade you.
Perfect. How we drew it up. My favorite is that I got to brick how I was losing the war to Niger by bricking the the border by giving it to Italy.
Nice.
I
We'll
can't
give the border
afford a
back
war.
to you.
This is the perfect crime.
Now it's time to naval invasion abuse generalist until he loses.
No, not like this. Don't make me split up my armies. No.
You fool! There is one thing that will be your downfall.
I don't like this micro game.
Oh, well, there's actually one thing that'll be my downfall.
What, you have 15 troops and there's a bunch of people who can land you too?
Yeah, I lost Bohemia.
That's a vibe.
It's all part of the war effort.
How many naval invasions are you sending? Are you
One.
just sending one? Bruh. What is this?
Don't worry, you know, it's just gotta... It's just needs to... I just need my troops to stay here, okay?
Just cycle him back and forth? Alright, alright. Let him cook, I guess. One battalion with 2 boats. You can split that into 2 landings. Not sure if that works.
You can't naval invade with half a battalion, unfortunately.
I don't think I want to live in a world where you could. Oh, he's gonna cycle it between the 2 strategic interests. Okay, okay, okay. I will, by the way, not transfer.
For something.
I will not transfer over all.
Real plan, okay?
I will not transfer over all my troops from one strategic region to the other. Just giving you a little heads up.
I can't really hear what you're saying, but I'm sure it's something.
Ghosty best ally, basically. Just full defending the strategic region. I could AFK this war.
Oh yeah, that's true, actually. Thanks for the tip.
What, did you think you were gonna get in through me? I mean, I'm gonna go bankrupt eventually, but even bankrupt, I still don't think you could get in through my troops.
No, I just, yeah, thanks for the tip, you know?
I'm not sure. Not sure if I'm aware of an exploit that involves just one naval landing.
There's no
Bombastic is
exploits,
France.
there's just good gameplay.
It's pod racing. What is it? You deck on Zanj, land Zanj?
No, why would we land Zanj?
Because it's next to it? Oh, I see the plan. Should I let him know? It still doesn't work, but
he's got 2 troops. No.
you could launch
Is
South
Indonesia,
India.
Is Indonesia into the call?
Yeah. I'm in Indonesia.
Yeah, okay, I will message you something.
Oh, is the idea we're just gonna teleport the army? Yeah, we teleported it back because we can't even beat Italy.
What? We're teleporting? I didn't realize I was teleporting.
No way! No way! No way! Yeah. Yeah, no. The plan is to have a stack and then teleport to it. That makes a little more sense.
We just created new conscripts there.
We could just teleport the conscripts.
We could have. Darn Italian AI. Oh, wait, no, that's South Africa.
Doing my part. I'm helping. I'm about to go bankrupt though. I thought I could hold until the end of the session. I was wrong.
And how did
Oh,
you become...
apparently Turbo Bongo is the capital. No.
You became an
Dang.
Indian subject.
Yep. There we go. North Germany being the PAL. I'm gonna delete some construction. Italy wants to take on my... Oh wait,
Wow.
Italy's offering me military assistance. Hell yeah, Italy. Best PAL ever.
I hate Italy.
Wow, Indonesia wants to start some shit. Let's go, bro. Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Let's go.
One,
Alright.
one. Yeah.
Let's do it, let's do
Obviously
it.
not. Go.
They really hate France. I
Alright.
guess. They really
Let's
hate.
see this, let's see this teleportation micro.
I'm not teleporting. What's teleportation? I've never heard of this concept.
I don't know, are you hiding a 50 stack navy somewhere too?
I don't think so.
You might have a hard time landing with any sum of troops.
Well, you see, you fool have not considered one simple possibility.
You're waiting for me to have a coughing attack? This is the strategy?
Basically. No, there's actually
Wait,
there's a real strategy, but you know.
Does Indonesia have
it's-
the biggest fleet in the game? Right now?
Maybe. Currently, I'm just
You'll see the
watching...
strategy very soon, okay?
Okay, I'm watching the Italian, Are you landing Italy's? No, it doesn't look like it. Currently, I'm just watching the Italian
Okay.
Navy just chase yours around. So... Okay, so we're gonna land where I have the 10 stack. No, we're not.
Go!
We're gonna land Italy? Yeah, okay.
I missed.
You're trying to time it so you can get Italy on that 1 day tick? Yeah, that's probably fair enough. It's one of the reasons I was keeping that 2 stack in Italy. I guess we could just move it
I can't
back.
join, what the fuck?
How's that going? Just clapped by the Navy.
Hey Balkans, I understand you hate me, but can you do that when we're not having a world war?
I tried to join, bro. I tried to join the World War. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I
don't
didn't
agree,
catch
man.
it.
Oh, too
Yeah.
bad. Should have been prepared.
I still win.
Here in South Africa, we disregard this fake South African government. It's fraudulent.
What do you mean, fraudulent? It's Bengali.
Oh, oops.
Our true
That was a
overlords and
mistake.
masters. Bengali people.
Well, it's over. I got scammed by the scamming police.
What, someone did a scam landing against you?
No,
That was
I
a-
scammed myself.
you
I
you
demobilized
teleported.
my army that was naval invading you, and it demobilized my other conscripts because
Oh,
of
yeah.
how the game works.
Yeah, no, that's the... Yep. Self-scam. Didn't micro the conscripts hard enough. Don't you know you can't have them all from
Look, Poland, I
different
have
states?
an offer you cannot refuse. Not Poland.
Poland. He's talking to himself. Pressing both the war goals?
Yeah, you see, you get to become my subject and you get free money.
Oh man, I can hate that I can't click reject.
Dang.
That's wild that I'm the one that decides that. Wow, war reps. That solves my economy problem.
Yeah.
How's the mod? Asked Cyber. It's pretty sweet. It's very simple. It just makes every strategic region a country. Here. We'll copy paste the name for you. Or can we
Apparently we're humiliating Iberia now.
Wait, I'm not allowed to help Iberia because I was humiliated? God damn it.
Yep, I guess
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, bro.
I didn't...
England? You think you can side with
What
Iberia
is England
here?
gonna do about it?
I'm gonna fund you guys. Go help Spain. I'm gonna fund you.
No!
Don't worry. Oh, sorry.
That's right. Let's
we
go
got 10 more
Germany
minutes,
in
boys.
the correct time.
It's so over.
Don't worry about it. We have it.
Balkans and Poland versus North Germany, Iberia, England. I don't know about this, especially considering he can't conscript up for like another 30 days or something. Are we winning some? We're kind of just playing South Africa and vibing. Doing a lot of coughing, really.
Go defend.
No,
Don't
that's fake
defend, Connor.
news.
Go defend.
I'm trying. I'm building a couple of battalions, you know?
Transfer Wales is the funniest war goal.
They are a lot.
It's a really good war goal, you know? We really needed Wales. Anyway, yeah, we lose this war.
I have to get out. There's no alternative.
Did you take your meds
All the
today?
Polish conscripts
Yeah.
are nothing.
Still under the weather. How many more days until you can mobilize them even? Or can you already?
Sorry, Connor.
Both sides are already mobilized.
No, but your conscripts, the 90-day cooldown.
Yeah, they're
You're
conscripted.
already. Yeah, okay.
It's not going well though. We only have a couple conscripts
Yeah.
mobilized, and yeah, 780 advantage on the front for them.
This is pointless. Nobody's winning.
Looks like someone's winning.
Indonesia
Someone
and
whose
France.
name happens to be North Germany.
there's no meaningful war goals, but someone's winning.
Yeah, there's no way the war goals are even
Indonesia?
enforced.
If you don't accept the white peace, I'm gonna raid you until you
Oh yeah.
cry.
With one boat.
Go for
21 cube
nation.
boat?
Go for capitulation.
I think you should give Japan to France.
I think Japan's no longer a player.
I don't even want Japan. Just go away.
Is Japan a subject to someone?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
No clue.
What?
The Welsh fleet is gonna stop you. No! Darn Welsh fleet.
I think this is gonna be it. I think it's Jover.
It's very Jover for me.
Primary War was just Balkan War. Wait, why did you guys even start that war?
No, Balkan started the war. I don't
Yeah,
know why
why?
Balkan started the war.
I wanted
They
him.
wanted to
I wanted
test their
Indonesia to
minds.
get recognized. Honor, I think you can get out of the war.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no war goals on him, right? Just capitulate and then
Yep.
Balkans is hard to land.
Wait, did North Germany give Bohemia back to
I
South
don't
Germany?
need to win. I just need
No,
to
this is a
make
North
the
German
conquest.
reactionary revolt. Aw.
And a South German
And a South
reactionary.
German radical revolt.
That is a vibe.
Alright, France, I have a
Who's number
proposal.
one?
Let us change war reparations so I can get one of my war goals towards recognition. What do you think about this? Or I will keep naval invading.
I think it's
Till I
too
land.
late for this, mate. You declared war on beautiful
Yeah.
France for no reason.
Yeah, I have a good reason.
He wanted to
What
get
is the
recognized.
You don't recognize me.
Notice me,
That-
senpai, he
that
said.
includes
Best on us.
war reparations, huh? And liberating Brittany? I don't think so.
Those are the least
I think
invasive war.
this seems like a
war
fair
goals.
deal. Changing war reps.
You know, the people in Britain don't want to be liberated.
No, I
Did
will
you
not liberate
even
Brittany.
try asking them?
You can keep Brittany.
Maybe you can make a referendum.
I forgot we give Caucasus investment rights.
Face. He's gonna boost your GDP up, you know, who cares about not owning your buildings? That's like a number you can't see anyway, so it doesn't exist.
Yeah, we don't have the mod on for that.
On the bright side, your GDP per capita is higher than Poland, you know.
Is it really?
No, Indonesia white peace.
Almost double Poland.
That's crazy, dude.
The Polish states start the game with such terrible GDP, except for Silesia.
Indonesia, the more you delay accepting the white peace, the more your country is gonna get ruined. Just accept it.
The more you don't accept the white peace, the more your country is going to get ruined.
Me, I can just stop paying for these mobilized motherfuckers.
Orphelius asks, why is
I can
Poland
just keep raiding his content.
why is Poland's score so depressed? I believe it might be Connor, why is the score so low for Poland?
And even score.
I don't know what he means, but
Idea.
he might be GDP per
Capitulate from
capita.
the war from France, and I capitulate
Or he might be
the war.
prestige. I'm guessing he means one of the two. There's been a lot of back and forths for Poland this session. A lot of 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I think the overall
The
trajectory
Polish
is pretty good.
economy, it's not a great economy.
The negative over the course of the last, like, 2 years has been bemusing, though, on the GDP run.
That's just because my military is no longer mobilized, I think, and I lost Bohemia.
No, but you were running slight negative before then, before the spikes.
Yeah.
Let's just do it this way, France, so I can get progress towards recognition. You get my
You'll just
warrants,
lose
I
that
get
progress,
yours.
though.
Will I lose it?
That's not a good deal. Just accept the white peace. What are you doing?
You know, having war goals enforced upon you loses recognition points.
I didn't.
Oh my god. Okay, let's see who has more GDP. Oh, you have. Okay, never mind. I accept. I accept.
Get scammed.
Let's see who has more.
Did we actually have to go to war for this bullshit? We didn't. We could have just asked.
Can Germany form Germany
Does
yet?
anyone want to be enforced upon?
You need South Germany to accept.
Because we have, like, 2
Looks like he has minus 100 relations with South Germany, so I don't think that's happening.
Should have helped the revolt. Little
So he
reset.
needs like all my German states and to conquer a couple South German states then. Or you can get Pan now and you can start a unification play.
Yeah. I think that's gonna be it. You mean prestige? Did you get humiliated, Connor?
No,
In one of the
my
wars.
prestige is just going up and down based on whether my conscripts are mobilized.
Yeah, he has like 15 regulars. Someone in chat's asking why your prestige is so bad.
Guys, did
My
you hear me?
regulars is going up. I built a couple of battalions.
Yeah, the 15 regulars will do it though. And like 2 navy, so like here's what it's from. We have a couple timed modifiers, it looks like. Intelligentsia low. No,
Guys, I
very low
just
gun
looked
wages
up.
and intelligentsia mad at you.
Thank you
The
for
revolt in
game.
England looks pretty strong.
It's good timing for the end of the session, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
I fear we're the most peaceful nation ever.
All right, if you guys want to continue without me, I think you can. If you want to save and rehost, I don't know if that's what you guys are interested in. You can discuss it if you guys want to keep playing. But I'm gonna drop from the VoIP and then outro the stream. Thank you for playing. I hope you guys had a good time. I mainly just kind of
Yeah, that's fun.
chilling and stuff.
Thanks for hosting.
Yep, yep.
Thanks, Mammos.
All right, chat. We're gonna do a poll on the YouTube, see how people overall liked having kind of the casual community game, this type of thing. Maybe we do more community games like this if this is what people are interested in. I hope you guys enjoyed, or I guess we don't need to pause it. I'll just be leaving here sometime soon, and then you know, if you did, standard stuff. What's the GP rank in Poland? Like number 2? No, Poland's in bad shape from the GP consideration. Yeah, let's just show it real quick. Sorting by rank. I have to be unpaused to actually sort it. Well, it has reverse sorting here. So it's North Germany, Balkans, human player, AI, human, AI, human. But a big part of that is just lack of standing army, which is a huge source of prestige. But yeah, to answer the question. We got a few Twitch viewers. Why don't we see if we have anyone to raid here that we think be fun, worth watching. Sayuza's doing agreed land independence. That's maybe going to be an interesting one, so why don't we give him a little raid. It's been a while since we've had a lead into Sayuza, or had him playing after we're done playing. He's in Europe, so like, I don't know what he's doing. It's like 3 a.m. there, but let's send you guys over there. Don't need... So, and then for those of you who are on the YouTube, we'll also link you to Sayuza if you're interested in dropping in and dropping by. I hope you guys enjoyed. Bye-bye now. We're gonna take a nap.